and that's okay.
I've been meaning to ask you this for a while, Dargon. It's not, no. This is actually a complex question, like a real one. Um, I mean, the ice cream one is a real one, but um, do you actually have beliefs as a hard determinist?
Oh, that's a good question.
Um, I do, and a lot of it is
Did you? Do
doubt
you?
and confusion. Yeah, a lot of it is doubt and confusion. I think it's just trying to make sense of the mess. And I'm being honest with you, Will. Does that make sense?
Well, I think it makes sense to you, and I think that's all that really matters. But to me, like intuitively, I don't know if it's possible.
Um, I'm not divorced from my brain,
No, no, I
and
know.
no, well, like I want to try to relay this information like correctly, at least as correctly as I can, just so
No,
maybe
we've
for a
talked about
little
this
for
before,
insight.
but like the way I think about it, it seems like you have experiences and you just retain information, not like belief.
Um, the first part, yes, but it's also trying to make sense of all of these things using the brain that I have, where the brain is gonna do what the brain's gonna do, and um because everything in my life hasn't always been understood, um there has to be like a mechanism to be able to try to process all of these things.
Well, yeah, but like, wouldn't that just be the brain doing what the brain's gonna do?
Yeah, doing what the brain. Yeah.
So, okay, so I think this is where I'm hung up on. Like, do you actually have like uh, a belief as colloquially or commonly understood? Or do I have to do like mental gymnastics, stand on my head, stick my tongue out half the side of my mouth, and squint at 40 feet?
You lost me.
What I mean is, like, do I really have to like stretch and like uh, get this to a point where it would be a belief? Or would it be that you're just reacting the way Dargon would react because Dargon has reacted and will react, and that's just it?
I'm trying to understand what you're saying, Will, and is there a disconnect between like
Are
belief
your
and
beliefs,
sorry, go ahead, Thrayle.
are your beliefs yours, or are they just reactions that that biological entity is going to succumb to?
Yes.
You said yes, but it was a this or that.
Right.
The answer's still yes.
It sounds like he's a compatibilist now.
I mean, it was a little bit of a compatibilist answer, wasn't it?
Maybe an incompatibilist.
Is
Is it
compatible
hard?
incompatible?
Well, is that a hard incompatibilist?
Maybe.
Definitely a hard contrarian.
Hmm.
But no longer an anti-orthodox, right?
No, I think I like the idea of unorthodox better than anti-orthodox.
Mm-hmm.
I
He's
like
not
the idea of
opposing
like,
it. He's just not doing it.
yeah, I do think that Eastern Orthodoxy is wrong, and I think I don't know. I have ideas.
Well, what you definitely shouldn't do is join the church I was associated with.
Right.
Do y'all remember Seer, who came up on the panel before?
Mm-mm.
Vaguely, I remember the name.
He used to be whenever I first met him, he was Eastern Orthodox. And he would come up onto my panels just to debate me. And ran to him again on somebody's panel, and he said that he's making it his life mission to defeat me in a debate. That's when he says he knows he'll be good enough to be a great debater.
Fascinating.
But he's also moved away from the Eastern Orthodox position since I first
I
met
have to wonder if, like, your everyday Eastern Orthodox is anything like the ones I've met on TikTok. I can't imagine that the entire
No.
denomination
This is nothing but a bunch of people into philosophy.
No.
insufferable
No.
Philbros who can't.
I have
There,
met women in Eastern Orthodoxy.
oh my god. I just really can't, like, and god, like, this sounds so judgmental of me, and it sounds horrible, but like the moment they open their mouth, like my nerves have already like reached their limit. It's just I just fucking can't.
What I was trying to say is, no, they're not all Philbros. Some of them are reasonable because I have met women.
Is that a shot at, was that a
Wait a
shot at
minute.
men?
Are you saying that women can
What?
be unreasonable?
I'm just saying they're way less often unreasonable.
I'm surprised at the lack of equality in that statement.
Really? Why?
You're limiting women to the fact that they couldn't be reasonable.
Couldn't be unreasonable. They're not as likely
Couldn't be unreasonable.
to be unreasonable, apparently.
That's so judgmental of you, Philly.
I know.
You're limiting what they're capable of. Really. That's
I'm not limiting what they're capable of. I'm just saying there's less of.
Don't put women in
No,
a box,
not Philly
Philly.
bro ketchup. Not Philly bro.
Philly, bro.
No. No, but I have a question for Durgan.
Of course you do.
Of course I do. Do you put much stock into the ideas of sanctification? Like becoming more like Jesus?
In my version of Jesus?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do. I like to think I do.
Is it a process?
I think it's a discipline. I think it's something that I have to be conscious about.
You're conscious of what
Uh,
exactly?
yeah, who I am, who I'm trying to be, and how I'm trying to do these things. What is the need that exists that I am trying to fill the shoes of?
What is the need that exists that you're trying to fill the shoes of?
Yeah. Trying to meet the need, yeah.
Mm. Do you think that God or Jesus helps you in that process?
Um, no.
Mm.
Like, kind of like how a map doesn't actually help you. Like, you use the map to be able to do what you need to do,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Do you think God or Jesus, do you think they are aware of you as an individual?
Um, one or the other, I think maybe, yeah.
Which one?
I think Jesus is.
Do you think Jesus is all-knowing?
I don't know. Maybe I would say enough knowing. Do you like that one? Does that work?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for
Hello.
having me up.
What up,
Can I
yo?
get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 21.
Happy
And do
birthday.
you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power,
Happy
or
birthday.
anything
It's
like
not my
that?
birthday. Oh, sorry. What? You said happy birthday and that threw me off. What?
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power,
Yeah, I
or
believe in
anything
we
like
are all one in Charlie Kirk. And Charlie Kirk, we can all be one. We can all
Mm.
join the one eternal one.
Do you feel
We
like
can
you're
all go there
accomplishing something?
together.
Who's...
We can all be one
Yeah.
in Charlie Kirk. Just
Yeah,
believe,
this is very
believe in.
fun. I'm so glad you came up.
That was really
This is
strange.
this is the best thing that has happened to me all day. Thank you so much. I've only been in today for like what, an hour and a half.
I came up because Philly made a really funny joke and then got ganged up on, and I came up to remind you that the men are always wrong. So Philly was right, and you were all wrong.
Thanks, Kat.
And that guy was definitely wrong.
Please wait while I break Daragon's hard determinism.
Let's don't do that.
Mm.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh,
No. We're not supposed to tell people they're wrong.
Well, you're wrong always.
We're supposed to ask them, why are they wrong?
Wait, is it a day that ends with Y?
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Why are you wrong,
But
Henry?
Because it's Friday.
Thrayle, why are the men always wrong? Okay, I already know the answer. You don't have to say it.
Okay, correction. It's only married men who are always wrong.
No, all men are
And with
always
this,
wrong.
I guess
Married
I
men
like.
just don't know that they're always wrong. Or unmarried men just don't know that they're always wrong.
Are boys always wrong also, Kat?
They're children. Well, I mean, they're children. Children are allowed to be wrong.
They're allowed to be young and dumb.
So, at what point is no longer allowed to be wrong?
Anybody's allowed to be.
Or is that an adolescence? That's I said that weird.
Also, that comment was really funny.
The one that asked if you were in a rainforest.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Does anybody have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that? Because if you do, well, we're not here looking for a debate or some kind of argument. No one's going to score points or try to take away your God. We are, however, here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then, go ahead and request up.
Philly,
I
did you
don't
have any
think we're
more
here to.
questions for me?
I'm trying to remember where we left off.
You asked if God or Jesus helped me, and I said no. And then I gave the map analogy
Mm-hmm.
or example. I
Does
think.
Does Jesus have the capability to help you?
Um, hmm. Yeah.
Why do you think Jesus doesn't help you?
Um, I think it's because I have to do things.
Do you think Jesus helps anyone?
Yeah.
Why not you? What makes you different?
I mean, I feel like he has helped me before. It's kind of like, how do I say this? Like, so I have like this piece of wood I gotta plane down, right? And like, because it's all rough and it needs to be smooth.
Mm-hmm.
And then like, man, I could sit here and like do this with a sanding block that's gonna take me forever. But then like Jesus comes by and he gives me a hand plane and says, "Hey, here, use this. This'll make things a lot smoother and easier." And I take that and I start planing with the hand plane. And it's like, is Jesus helping me now? No. Did Jesus help me? Yes. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, so, you know, just my experiences in life have kind of been this way where I have something that wasn't original to me, like a tool, but I use it now. And it makes things better for me, for others. So, as a parent, I kind of try to give my kids a tool because, like, even like a spoon, I can give my kid a spoon. I can't eat the food for them.
In what way is Jesus like a tool in your life?
I so I feel like, God, this is like, I don't want to go into like all of the, like, all of the process that kind of got me down this path, but because of my experiences, I've had to I can question a lot of things. I don't have to take things at face value. I don't have to accept what something is said or something is shown. I can dissect these things or disassemble them to understand like what they are and how they work, what makes things tick. And that was something that I didn't necessarily have when I was younger, and like I held to like this hard empiric stance that I had like in my teens.
Do you think that having a hard empiric stance, as you have termed it, is missing out then?
Um, I would say so. I think setting yourself limitations in your mind, um, I think, yeah, I think it is.
What does it mean to hold a hard empiric stance?
Um,
Understanding, of course, that was in your past, not currently.
yeah. So some of the lives that I see on TikTok where, people are asking for evidence for God, and then when people come up on the panel and they try to give like some kind of philosophical argument because there's no physical evidence for God. And then, the people who are there, asking for this along with the host. And, I'm saying like this, it's definitely not this live. Um, and then people just are like attacking this person for putting a philosophical argument forward, because they're looking for empirical evidence for God. And it's like, this is where like my mind used to be was, um, if you can't show me things through the physicality of these things, then it's just not true. Um, and I feel like that is limiting yourself. If that's your stance on everything, then even within your mind, where like you have the ability to have like concepts that could be contrary or um, contradictory within reality, then you have set up those limitations within your mind. Like you have put walls up where your imagination doesn't have the capacity to grow. Um, and with that, um, it can have an effect in other directions too. Something like that.
I got lost somewhere in there, to be honest.
Um, you want me to try again?
Sure.
Okay. So if you're like hyper focused on one thing and you get really really good at this one thing, um, you have limited yourself from other things. Like let's say if I'm really really super crazy into wine, yeah, and I know all of like the regions in France, California, and all the places where wine is made, and all of the different types of grapes there are, and the processes that these things are made from, like the fermentation process, blah blah blah, whatever. Like I'm like super crazy into wine, and I know not everything because you can't really know everything, but I know so much about wine, and I've dedicated so much of my time and my energy into just learning about wine. Um, there are things around me in my life. So now I have limitations for my understanding of, cars or chess or psychology or whatever, like everything else. Does that make sense?
Yes, I hear that. How
You see
does
how it
that
ties in
have
or
to
no?
relate to hard empiricism?
Yeah. So if my idea that only things that I can physically see and touch are like all of what's a good example? You know what scientism is?
No.
Okay. So scientism is the idea that everything that exists can be explained through science, and science is the only truth.
Science is the only truth. What does
Yeah.
that mean?
Let me pull up a definition of it because I think it'd probably be better that way. Okay, scientism is the ideological belief that empirical science is the sole source of knowledge and truth, dismissing other fields like philosophy or humanities as invalid. That is kind of like the idea of the hard empirics that I was talking about, where um, it does become limiting. That's not a word.
Limiting.
Limiting. There we go. That's the one. That's the word. And I feel like
Really
maybe at
quickly,
an
speaking of limiting, I need to jump in really quickly, just because of limitations. Yeah. I gotta make sure that I thank Philly Red, Might Be Ketchup, Karu, Tape Traders, Katie, and Cassie of the Sea. Oh, and also Tricera Bear. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. Really appreciate all of you.
Who is this Philly Red of which you speak?
Yeah, I don't know Philly Red. That's weird.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Who has that name?
Ah! The Thrayle fell off.
Thrall's just making up names and then dipping out.
I see.
You asked him a question, so he ran away because he's scared of questions.
This is what
tracks.
This is what they
This is
do.
what they do, folks.
You're a question dodger, Thrall. I am pure chaos tonight, and I didn't realize it until I came up here.
The term has at least two definitions. I haven't looked at the what the wiki is on that. I mean, I'm fine to conceding to that. I'd have to look at it.
Concede? What do you think this is? A debate space?
I think there was a really interesting thing that KD said, and I hadn't looked at that. But
Did you come up here to debate and not question your beliefs?
Are you answering the comments right now?
Hey, KD's my boy, okay? Like he gets a question out.
Hold on, we gotta look at the Thrayle Skeleton and see if Thrayle agrees with us that you shouldn't be answering from the comments and like not treating this as a debate space. Oh no, Katie's up at the top.
Oh,
What is happening right
I specifically joined so I could take the spot.
Very nice.
What is
I see three. Some skin and a beard.
Thrayle. Welcome back.
No chaos ensued while I was gone, I trust.
Only a little bit.
nothing to see here?
The shortest game of King of the Hill.
That's great. Do I need to go on wikipedia.com? It's a belief that science and the scientific method are the best.
What are we reading now?
I'm checking out Wikipedia because that's going to be the most reliable source for any information.
Because he was answering the comments.
Well, I'm no longer answering the comments. I'm answering the panel now. Is that a contradiction? Maybe slightly.
So,
All right. Yeah, I think if it's giving like the definition like that, I think that's then it's just talking about the scientific method. I don't know if I would actually call that scientism.
If you read the second paragraph, in the second half, some scholars, as well as political and religious leaders, have also adopted this term, adopted as a pejorative term, with the meaning an exaggerated trust in the efficacy of the methods of natural science applied to all areas of investigation. So that more in line with what your definition was, right?
Right. Yeah.
So that's what I was just getting at, is that there's, we could agree that there's two definitions of scientism.
Yeah. I think that's fine. Then, at that point, maybe just, I guess, defining terms would probably.
It gives me sort of the vibes of like a strawmanning people who stand for scientism to suggest that that is because people who are proponents of scientism are not going by the definition that you were giving, I assume.
Yeah, I haven't really heard very many people use it that way. Usually, when people do talk about scientism, they do kind of lean more towards the idea that it's this idea of it's starting to look more like cultish and like religiony. But I think for the most part, anyone else who's really talking about this, they just call it science, right?
Or the
What's culty about science?
scientific method, I assume, right?
Well, what's culty about science? Science isn't necessarily culty, but the idea that science is going to be the only truth. Where I wish Robbie was here because he's actually touched on this quite a bit, and he likes to. And a while back, he started using philosophy within the science to like be able to talk about like some of the conversations that we go into where we need to be able to use something like philosophy to be able to have like conversations, some um what is the word called where things kind of like blend into each other?
You're talking about a portmanteau.
Oh, I don't know what that is. It sounds great.
Say
But,
just will.
Combine 2 words.
a portmanteau? Is that what you said?
No,
Did I say it wrong? What is it called?
portmanteau.
Portmanteau.
Frappuccino.
Yeah, I guess like just to make it simple and back to the point is, um, I want to be able to like broaden my horizons and maybe spread myself uh, thin enough where there's a balance where I'm not too thin.
What was the question? I'm kind of lost as to how we got here.
So the question that Philly had was about this idea of hard empirics that I used to hold to when I was younger.
So now instead of holding to hard empirics, you use empirics.
Um, well, I'm using that, but I'm also questioning a lot of it. Just kind of not trying not to be a sheep about it.
So what do you base knowledge or beliefs on outside of empiricism?
Knowledge and what?
Belief.
Hmm. And I gotta look up something just so I don't misspeak. And I forgot what I was gonna look up. Hold on. Ah, doesn't make sense. That's a horrible decision. That's not a horrible decision. That's a horrible definition. Um, can I ask you a question before I answer my your question? So um, I can see if this is gonna work or not.
I suppose if you must.
Well, I don't must, but I would like to.
Mm-hmm.
What 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 is intuition to you?
I would probably talk about a gut knowing without a rational explanation necessarily.
Okay. Um, do you think you can use like with knowledge that you have, or no? Or they have to be like separate from each other?
Can you give me an example of what it would mean for it to be along with?
Not really, because I think the brain's just gonna do this. Like I think it's gonna like whatever information you have with whatever circumstance or situation you're in, you're going to use priors to be able to, maneuver through, but also at the same time, whatever you don't know, because the situation might be new, you'd have to kind of improvise a little bit.
So can one use intuition along with rationality?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Sure.
All right, then I choose that one. That's cool. I could do that. Is that cool? We're good.
So you choose intuition is what you use along with empiricism to determine to
Yes.
okay, to determine your knowledge, your beliefs. What is intuition to you?
Well, I know I can't use the word intuition to try to explain intuition. Um, because that's just bad. Intuition is going to be like that gut feeling that you're talking about. Um, maybe I'm trying to put it together, but like there's this idea of I don't know, it's weird. I don't really know how to say it.
Is your intuition always reliable?
Oh, no. No, it's not. And I think that's cool.
What's cool about that? Why do you use that language?
Because when you're wrong, you get to learn.
If you found out that there was no Jesus,
Uh-huh.
how would that change you?
Um, I don't know. I I would like to think that I could pick up whatever pieces I can of what I have had that has been helpful in my life and build on those things. Um, but the reality is, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been in that situation since. Um, to be able to tell you, like, to give you an honest answer. But I would like to think that um, the utility that has come out of it has been um, the utility that I've gotten out of it has been beneficial is maybe not the right word, but it's well, I guess maybe it is. It's been good for me. It's been good for people around me, and that's been my focus. Is that's important to me.
Mm-hmm.
Been useful.
Yeah, the utility of it. Yeah.
Has it been, I don't know what the word is, non-useful in any way?
Non-utility. Has it? What do you mean? Has it been
In
not
any
useful?
way has your belief
Non-useless.
Just
Um,
useless.
useless
there we go.
or detrimental, I guess?
Um, maybe it has. I'm trying to look and see if I can find resonance of it. I don't know. I don't know.
You think it would be valuable to consider?
Well, I mean, I feel like I do consider. That's why I'm able to say I don't know versus no.
I feel like this panel is severely lacking in questions about ice cream flavors.
I remember when I started adding strawberry to like my vanilla milkshakes at In-N-Out. It changed my life.
Nice.
It was like starting to see in a different color.
Oh.
That yeah.
We've been in what the fuck for a while. I think maybe we should be back.
Yeah, let's bring
Here.
it back.
No, here. Oops, dodged it.
There we go. Now, if there is anyone listening down in the comments that has beliefs in a god, gods, or anything like that, and you are able to question your beliefs, please feel free to request. We would like to ask you some questions. And we'd like to understand and maybe get you to and ask questions about your own beliefs.
Solovino believes in God. When did that happen?
I have known this person to not believe in God.
I know.
It could be new. It could be new. And just tell me you're not Eastern Orthodox.
It is my belief that I should go to bed.
is I feel like you're inviting us to question that belief.
Do I want to go to bed? No.
Does the bed actually exist?
It does exist.
How do you know that the bed is not just a figment of your imagination?
Well, I suppose it could be, but then all of reality is questionable.
Philly, can I ask you a question?
It's not very
She
pragmatic.
I think she just retreated to solipsism.
Pretty much.
She
That's
very
what I
much did.
do. That's absolutely
Philly,
what I do.
So, Philly, I have a question for you.
Okay.
How long have you believed in this thing called a bed?
For as high attitude. For as long as I can recall.
Would it be fair to say you've been indoctrinated into this idea of bed?
Have I been indoctrinated into the idea of bed?
I feel like you may have been lulled into this false belief. Lulled into it.
Why are we assuming that it's a false?
Because you brought up this word that I had. I don't know if I'm going to pronounce it correctly, but sleep. How you pronounce it? Sleep.
You pronounce it sleep.
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 Thrayle, what is Philly saying?
She's saying that she's not woke, I think.
I'm not here to translate, just to question.
Well, I'm trying to question this belief in, and she keeps saying something like a sleep.
I feel like you're adding extra syllables on purpose.
Sleep.
Try again,
You have a
Henry.
few more vowels to work through.
Try again.
Try it with a Y this time.
Sleep. Is that what it is? Sleep?
It's close enough.
So the sleep you speak of, like what happens during this moment of sleeping?
The whole body relaxes. And the brain does some sort of recovery or something.
Relax? What is this? Wait, y'all go through moments where you're not always just in a constant state of just hyper awareness of everything, intense? Oh, that's just me.
I'm sorry, Hammy. That's so sad.
Philly, I appreciate you, and I hope that you sleep well.
Good night.
Night.
W's Philly. Hello, Amy.
Hello.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Hello, Amy. Can I get your age?
32.
You kind of cut out
Can you hear
there
me?
for just a moment.
Oh, sorry, I'm 32.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do, but I kind of don't know where I stand with it all. Like, it's putting language to something that isn't just like, it doesn't feel like language could describe what it is. It's more so like a feeling. I've been getting a lot of synchronicities and things like that lately, where it's kind of leading me into like the unseen that you can't see with your eyes, but you can feel it within your body. If that makes sense at all.
Not quite following. What is a synchronicity?
Like I was talking to a bunch of people who weren't very spiritual, and as soon as I closed the door on them, another door opened within a few hours, and it led me to talk to people who do kind of witchcraft sort of thing, and they were talking about like how like spirits can haunt houses, and you can sense them.
I guess I'm not following. Synchronicity is when you talk to witches.
No, like my inner beliefs are now getting expressed by the outside world. So like things I believe in that I'm struggling to find words for, I'm hearing it like people in my life talk about it, sort of thing. I don't know. I don't even know if I'm in the right chat room talking about this sort of stuff, but yeah, I just popped in because you guys seem interesting and you're talking.
We're asking to see if people can question their beliefs. Can you question your beliefs?
Yeah, because I don't know what the fuck I believe in. I don't know. I can't hold a solid belief. It always changes. But it kind of circles back. It kind of circles back to things I've believed in the past. Whether that could be like a form of manifestation where it appears in the future, and then you look back and you're like, hey, I was thinking about that fucking years ago.
What do you mean by manifestation?
Like, like with with the advancement of AI, I always thought like back in like 2016, before AI was really out there to the public, that there was something going on behind the scenes, and it was connected with AI. And now that AI is a lot more advanced, it comes as no surprise to me that it's going to get a lot more is going to get uncovered, and we'll be able to see that. We'll be able to experience and interact with it.
I don't feel like that answered my question at all. It's almost like you didn't hear it and you just kind of went on to the next thing you were going to say. I'm curious. Does anybody else on panel have questions for this guest?
Can I hold a liquid belief? What's a liquid belief?
I'm gonna guess everyone on panel fell asleep.
I've got no questions. But maybe because I'm not quite following either. So
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I don't make a lot of sense. It's very hard to. I don't normally talk about this sort of stuff with people, so it's kind of hard to, sort of. I think I try too hard to make it make sense.
To make what make sense?
What my experiences and my thoughts are. Trying to put them into words is hard.
Can I try to help maybe a little bit?
Sure.
So, I think what I'm getting at is you have like certain ideas and you don't really know how to interpret them or understand them, and you're just kind of like in this weird place. And I get that. Is it something like that?
Yeah. Yeah, and
Okay.
I don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, I think that's okay. I think not knowing what to do with it is not a bad place to be. Uh,
Yeah.
hopefully, you know, you're able to kind of work through this process, and it takes time. But I mean, if you have like certain beliefs that like maybe you could put forward, and maybe we could like try to go into it a little bit and see like what your thoughts are, and maybe some things make sense, some things don't, and maybe or you start questioning it a little bit more and maybe end up even more confused. And I think either way you look at it, it's okay.
Yeah, cool. I'll give you just a little bit of a story that I think stands out with me. It's the most recent kind of paranormal thing I've experienced. I live in a house that was built in like the 1950s, and I don't know anything about the history of this house. And weird I've seen weird things happen in this house. I've seen like golden orbs floating around. I've also seen a girl in a white hospital gown walk around my bed, and it's not like I seen her with my eyes because the room was dark. I kind of saw her with my mind's eye. um and I thought it was like one of the animals that I've got walking around on the floor. I could hear the footsteps, and I'm like, okay, it's just them. And I went out into the lounge room, and they're both asleep. So like,
Could it not have
I
been your
don't.
imagination?
Hey,
Could it not have been your imagination?
I don't think it would have been my imagination. Because if it was my imagination, then everything is my imagination.
You said that you didn't physically see that it was more like from your mind's eye. So if you didn't physically see it, how are you have you determined that you didn't just imagine it based off of sounds you've heard?
I'm just trusting what my experience was, and to me, it was a little girl in a white hospital dress.
Why would you say you saw something if you didn't see it?
Well, maybe seeing's not the right word for it. Well, yeah, you're right. Actually, whoever said I imagined it, because yeah, I did imagine it.
Well, if
But
you
I imagined
imagined it, why
because the noises on the outside were from the physical reality.
could you not have imagined the noises?
No,
Why are you certain of that?
because I know what it sounds like I know what the floor sounds like when it's being walked on. I know what it sounds like when my bed's being ruffled around.
Right.
Um,
All of those things support that you could have imagined the noises.
but what would provoke me to imagine the noises?
Anything
A
or
settling
nothing.
house, couldn't it?
I
Couldn't
think
a settling house
5 and
make you
38% of everyone in their lifetime will have had some form of hallucination.
And auditory hallucinations are the most common.
Well, that's trippy, because then where would it come from though? Like, would it come from my own mind?
Why not?
There's no way your brain filters out sensory input. There's certain chemicals in your brain, if they are in too high a supply, it sort of makes up its own mind as to what's happening.
Okay, so that would even account for if you were like in the dark and it was nighttime and like everything was quiet, your mind could still do that.
Even more likely, yeah.
why wouldn't it be
Okay.
able to?
If you were having this experience where you are imagining this thing happening in the setting that you are already in, why would you not imagine the noises you would expect to hear while the thing was happening?
I heard the noises before I saw the little girl in my mind's eye.
Okay, even better. What if, like Hammy said, the house was settling and the noises were happening because houses settle and noises happen, and because the image of the little girl was triggered by the noises that were happening. Your mind, our brains like to have reasons for things, and so could it have been that your brain was creating a reason?
It could very well have been, but that doesn't take away from, I don't know, because then that could, like, that's everybody in life then, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, pretty much.
So we're kind of all in at one big imagination.
Well, it wouldn't necessarily lead to one big imagination, but at several points in everyone's lives, they can hear things that aren't actually happening. I can't tell you how many times I heard my name being called, and I know I'm the only person in the house at the time. So if we all are just hearing things from time to time, why would you assume that that just means that we're, like, everything is being made up?
Because did you act on anything when you heard your name being called? Like, did you seek out where the noise was coming, the name was being called from?
Yeah, I turned my head, I looked around, and it's a small place that I was in, and so I knew I was the only one there. How do we get from a natural phenomenon such as auditory hallucination, how do we get from that to therefore everything could be made up?
Because when you go to sleep at night and you dream, you're the one, well, that could kind of tie into, yeah, hang on. When you go to sleep at night and you dream, you create a whole world and you think these people aren't, that you haven't dreamt them up. So, like, maybe in the waking world, you have that same kind of perspective where you think everyone, you haven't dreamt them up. Does that make sense?
Do you know that when you dream, like, whenever it comes to people, like, our brain doesn't just, in dreams, it doesn't just conjure up new things. These are things, ideas, and stuff like that we've already been privy to.
Yeah, but who told you that?
This is just a known fact.
We're not asking questions back. That's not how we answer questions.
I'm sorry, I wasn't aware that's how it is. What I mean to say is, like, when you say the brain does this and that and things like that, it kind of, like, it sounds like a scientific fact. So it's like something that we've been taught from the outside world. It's not something that we've kind of learnt, like, we've pulled from within us, with our inner knowing.
What is an inner knowing?
I'd say an inner knowing is a belief you feel comfortable in, whether or not someone else believes it with you or not.
What kind of truth value does an inner knowing have?
Truth value to oneself, probably the ability to trust oneself. What was the question again? Sorry. This is fucking with my head.
What kind of truth value does a an inner know. So what it sounds like an inner knowing is a thought or belief that you decide is true.
Well, so long as it doesn't harm or hurt anybody else, I don't see the problem with believing whatever you come up with.
But does that mean it's true?
No, not to everybody, but to oneself, I believe it will be true.
What is truth?
In the like moving forward, gives you momentum to move forward.
Why do you define truth this way?
Fucked if I know, to be honest. Just I've never really thought about it. Like I've never really thought about the words, like the word truth and what that means to me. I've kind of just accepted that the way I think and the things that I feel are because well, yeah, it kind of falls back into imagination.
Why would
What
you
if
just blindly accept your own thoughts and feelings as an accurate depiction of reality?
Because I don't believe in self-hate, and I think that would be a very bad thing to thrust upon yourself.
Are you saying that if I accept the idea
I think that evolution, people who believe in evolution, they can't account for, like, okay, so a Big Bang happened.
Fascinating. Did anybody
Where
ask you? Stop talking.
Okay.
Did anybody ask you about evolution?
Actually, no. But it was quiet, so I got
ask
nervous.
you about a Big Bang?
Do you have a question for me?
Yeah, I asked if you took the 6-day creation and the global flood to be literal and true stories. You're saying they are?
Yeah.
Because you began speaking about how some things are figuratively true or something like that, but it didn't answer my question. So you're saying now that these are literal true stories?
Yes.
Why do you believe this 6-day creation?
Well, I am inquiring and trying to look into the Orthodox worldview, and the church affirms those stories. And I think that the Orthodox Church is, I want it to have normative authority in my life. So, but I also think it makes sense on a philosophical level as well, the transcendental argument for God.
How very boring. So you're not actually here to question your beliefs, you're fishing for a debate.
I mean, I'm open to answer any questions you have. I don't know. I'm not trying to debate. It's just,
Why do you think the transcendental argument for God is a good argument?
is objective truth real?
No.
Okay, then we can't probably have we probably can't have a conversation then.
I'm curious why you think an argument that assumes the conclusion in the very onset is a good argument.
The preconditions for existence kind of point to it. So logic, truth, beauty, these things that are immaterial, we can't have account for them, we can't touch them, but they're real.
You realize he's not going to be able to answer questions without actually just referring to this argument.
Just like presupposition vomit all over.
He's not here in good faith. He's already resigned
that's your
himself
interpretation.
to questioning you've already resigned yourself to not questioning your beliefs. I don't know why you decided to request up. It's boring.
He didn't know what to do when I said no.
I believe Shpla exists. Shpla accounts for all of that transcendental nonsense. So therefore, Shpla exists. Did I do it right, Thrayle?
Not quite, but it was close.
Probably the worst reason to think there's a God. I don't know why people die on that hill.
It's not a reason. It's not the reason any of them believe. It literally is just intended to frustrate atheists. It's not something they use for any explanatory value. It has absolutely no purpose except to be an argument in debates. And it
Weird
only
behavior.
frustrates those who aren't aware of it.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Blake.
Good morning, Blake. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Oh, now he's going to play the victim in the comments. You ridiculous Philbro. Nobody actually believes anything that you say at this point. you're posing as someone with a reasonable mind. You're posing.
Yeah, I think that like literally the only reason for like Hag and presupposition is that like these guys see the social benefits that the hierarchy of these institutions give, and so they're trying to like backfill in the reasons, and it's just done shittily. Like people that come up that really believe in this stuff don't start out with these like pre-constructed arguments. They have like a personal story of how they like why they believe in it.
And probably got kicked off somebody else's platform just minutes ago.
That's usually what it is. They go around debate live to debate live, trying to make their case, make their argument, usually having some sort of emotional crash out before going to the next.
And somewhere in between there, they use phrases like "go ahead" or "I'll wait."
Necessary preconditions for, like, what?
So the correct ice cream flavor is homemade Toblerone ice cream. In case you needed to know.
Shut your mouth right now about ice cream.
Hello?
Hello, Drea. Can I get your age for TikTok TOO? Uh-oh.
No.
I think that was an accident.
Either that or because we didn't immediately say hello real quick.
I think it was a mod accident. You're welcome to request again, Drea. You didn't even get to respond. Let's try that again. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
It's 18.
What year were you born?
2007.
Which month?
August.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do. I'm Catholic. I do have a bigger question I do need to ask first.
We're not likely to answer your questions.
Can I try?
Can you?
Are you wearing a wig? Is that a wig? Or have you... Is this attached to your head?
What kind of question is that?
Because every single time I see it, it's styled exactly the same. And I just need to know.
I'm sorry, I need to ask this clarifying question. Are you asking if the skeleton is wearing a wig or
I need to
grew
know.
its own
I can't
hair?
tell if this is just a face mask. Is this a puppet? What is What is... I need to ask the bigger question. I need a question, not on my beliefs. I need a question what's going on with your...
if you can question your beliefs with this much enthusiasm.
I mean, I'm hoping I can. Yeah. Dude, please answer the masses. The comments also want to know.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I mean,
Have
don't
you
you see
read
the
your
glowing
Bible?
eyes? It's clearly a magical reanimated skeleton that's talking to you right now.
Clearly.
Is this a
Have you
puppet?
have you read your
It's
Bible from beginning to
necromancy.
end? I feel like everybody is speaking
I
over me.
have. Yes, I have.
And do you believe the stories in the Bible to be true and literal?
Not every story in the Bible is true and literal. No.
Are there stories that are not true?
Sorry, I just had a glitch happen. Are there stories that what?
Are there stories that are not true?
Did she crash?
I don't know. Fascinating.
Yes. She did not have enough enthusiasm for the same enthusiasm she had for that question she had.
I'm gonna bet it was her phone. It lacked the enthusiasm, but maybe it was her.
Not a puppet, it's not a robot, it's Thrayle, you guys, so stop making him feel bad.
We should never question necromancy, guys.
What is a puppet?
It's not necromancy, it's not a puppet, it's just, this is just what he looks like, so you guys, be nice. Taps are for mods.
Yes.
And it's not a voice changer. This is just Thrayle.
I mean, I'm not against the questions. Questions are great, but I like to be on topic. Oh, hell yeah. 105,000. You guys are amazing. Now, if only we had a believer who believed they could question their beliefs. Crunchy neck sounds, yes. I've got a little bit of a squeak in these bones. What would happen if you couldn't question your beliefs? Well, Amy, then I guess you would be stuck believing something that you couldn't question. Z. Might be a nihilist or pretending to be one. Well, I see an absence of a believer. We do have a music request. I think this is the one. Can skeletons whistle? If yes, how? Well, I mean, like humans. Well, I mean, not that skeletons aren't human, but like the flesh-covered kind. Some can and some can't, and it's all a matter of airflow. But thank you guys for tapping the screen and sharing the live, and I hope that you keep doing that while we give whatever song we're about to a listen, and maybe by the end of it, we'll have a believer who's curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs.
Yeah. Step in. Close the door behind you. Leave your shoes at the questions. Got a skeleton man in a hand-built shed. Chalk on the walls, old thoughts all shed. Skull grin wide, no shame, no dread. Says hang up your halo, hat your cred. Dust on the Bible, dust on the Quran. Dust on that vision board, tarot in your palm. He don't rip it from you, just taps your arm. Can it stand in the storm if I pull this yarn? He got shells full of why, drawers full of how. Mugs full of quiet, you can sip right now. Tax on the board, threads map your vow. Red lines to the thing that you won't write down. He asks when you pray, who you talking to? If they switch that name, would you still feel truth? If the rules all change, would the love come through? If the crowd went home, would it still be you in the shed with the skeleton man? Lay your faith on the table if you can. Can you walk out naked in your mind like that? If the ground got shaken, would you still stand back in the shed with the skeleton man? He the brushes off dust from your plans. Can you set that basis down in your hands? Say I don't know, I'm still not cracked. He say, look, I ain't here to snatch your light. I'm here to see if it shine when I cut the hype. Flip through chapters, rituals, rites. Ask, is this love or you scared of the night? You were born in a place where this God got praise. If you slid one border, would it all just change? Same sun, same lungs, same vein. So what made that voice in your head sound strange? He posed little questions like bones on a tray. Would you still choose this if no one stayed? If heaven was quiet, just dirt and decay. Is kindness enough for you passion and faith? You can feel old answers start creaking. Loose like a floorboard bending under finally truth. He don't laugh, don't clap, just nod at the proof. Every belief that lives can't handle the bruise in the shed with the skeleton man. Lay your faith on the table if you can. Can you walk out naked in your mind like that? If the ground got shaken, would you still stand back in the shed with the skeleton man? He just brushes off dust from your plans. Can you set that basis down in your hands? Say I don't know, it's still not cracked. Say maybe there's a maker, maybe just man. Maybe both dancing in the same cold fact, but the fear is the engine. You gon' crash. Love is the language you can learn. Relax, so he sits, no robe, no robes on a chair, just a rib cage drum, heartbeat of the air. You confess, I'm afraid there's nothing there. He replied, now we starting from a place that's bare in the shed with the skeleton man. Lay your faith on the table if you hand. Can you walk out naked in your mind like that? If the ground got shaken, would you still stand back in the shed with the skeleton man? He just brushes off dust from your plans. Can you set that bases down in your hand? Say I don't know and still not crack.
Light a candle to an echo. Say a name I almost trust. Close my eyes like it's a doorway. Step through air and breathe the dust. Is perhaps a torch in a placement of belief, or a melting candle in a field of dry wheat. Sure enough to argue, humble enough to doubt, questionable. I let that God fly on and out, fly on and out. You trace a halo on the steam glass. Ask me what I'm leaning on. Is it promise? Is it pattern? Is it fear of being gone? Some days I'm sure there's something listening. Some days it's a painted wall. Still I keep throwing up my wishes like they might catch if they fall. Sure enough to argue, humble enough to doubt, questionable. I let that God fly on and out, fly on and out. Woo, woo, woo. If faith is just a folded paper bird, can it fly if I unfold the word? If I pull the thread, will I disappear? I finally feel the weight of being here, being here. Sure enough to argue, humble enough to doubt, questionable. I let that God fly on and out, fly on and out. Fly on and out. Neon bleeds into glowing shadow, not fog glow, half-formed thought. Night holds not caught. Unfurl slow, unplanned. Dawn in dark, your hands spill nest unsteady. Sky leans, you ready? Wings
It was a little shorter than I expected, but I loved it. Thank you so much to Enki Bubs, to Ketchup, and to Bratch for those 3 songs. Really, really enjoyed them. You guys are amazing. Now, if only we had somebody who was curious enough or courageous enough to actually question their beliefs. I wonder if that's even a thing anymore. Oh, but we did hit the goal a little ways back there, so thank you, Katie, Z, Dash, Mrs. JJ, and also Cassia the C. Oh, and Cat the Witch. Thank you guys so much. Y'all are amazing. Appreciate you. And no believers in queue, so I think we may just need a few more tunes. Do I try different topics? I mean, the topics change with every guest, really, but we're questioning beliefs, so that doesn't change.
I would like to request Notorious.
Oh, you want your song?
Yes. I do quite like it.
Yeah, it does seem like we're going to be absent believers for a little bit. So while we wait, we'll give a few more songs a listen, but make sure you guys keep tapping that screen. 121,000 likes already is amazing, and I appreciate that. And 90 shares is really amazing. Of course, the more we do that, the more taps and the more shares, the more likely we get across the FYP of somebody who actually can question their beliefs. And maybe they'll have the courage to request up, and well, then we'll have some questions for them. And if that's you, well, feel free to request up. We'll bring you up right after whichever song we're in the middle of.
where the candles burn late and the questions wander freely. Tonight's riddle is a simple one. Can you question your own belief? Not to attack them, not to take them away, just to look at them, turn them around and see how they hold up. If you believe something strongly, can you still ask questions about it? If you think you can, step on up and request. No debates, no battles, just curious minds and good questions. The Batcolyte is open, and the night is young.
Oh shit. Yeah. Who that? Who that rolling through the jam? It's the one, it's the only notorious sham. Slide in the spotlight, who ate my fries? How you stay broke, but you rich in lies? How your crew tough, yet they scared of bees? How you sell dreams, but you hate to sleep? Ask dumb questions, that's my method. Backwards blessings, crook get lessons. How your watch shine, but you late all day? How you talk deep, then you fade away? Big hand, big plan, that's facts and spam. If I don't make sense, then you just don't understand. How your tank empty, but you still gassed up? How you say you hungry, never snack up? Yeah, notorious H.A.M. Big hand, big man, big scam. Finna knock down what you with the flim flam. Talking in circles like a fan on a stand. Yeah, notorious H.A.M. Ask wild questions, then I go ham. If it sound wrong, then it might be right. I'm the big ham, barking all night. How you count sheep when you scared of wool? How you drop gems but your ring box full? How you hate rain yet you love that drip? How you talk slick, never moisturize lips? Come on, I pull up like who cook air in the pot? How you say you cold when your block too hot? How you stay awake in a daydream trance? How you claim you grown in your little boy pants? Big ham logic, all smoke, no exit. Make your brain glitch, you can't refresh it. How you chase clout but you scared of heights? How your future bright but you cut the lights? Notorious H.I.M. Big hand, big man, big scam. Finna knock down what you with the flim flam. Talking in circles like a fan on a stand. Yeah, notorious H.I.M. Ask wild questions, then I go ham. If it sound wrong, then it might be right. I'm the big ham, walking all night. Yeah, who that hog on the hotline? Ask why the stop sign never got a green side. Why you say forever, then you check the time? How you claim you honest with a practice lie? Woo! Notorious H.I.M. Big hand, big man, big scam. Finna knock down what you with the flim flam. Talking in circles like a fan on a stand. Yeah, notorious H.I.M. Ask wild questions, then I go ham. If it sound wrong, then it might be right. I'm the big ham, walking on bike all night. H.I.M. Ask that. H.I.M. Facts that clash. H.I.M. Big snack, big stack. Notorious H.I.M. Talk back, fall back, fall back, fall back. Ain't notorious, ain't notorious, ain't notorious H.I.M. Are you brave enough to wonder while the coffee gets cold? Are you brave enough to question every story you've been told? Do you believe in something bigger, something sparkly, something true, something out beyond the ceiling that's been keeping tabs on you? Question it, give it a poke. Is it solid? Is it wiggly? Is it all just smoke? Question it, don't be scared to try. The bravest thing your brain can do is ask the big old why. Can you question your beliefs? Give them just a little squeeze. Do they rattle? Do they giggle? And do they wobble at the knees? Do you believe in God or something, something higher, warm and wide, something bigger than your lunchbox, something patient deep inside? Question it, give it a poke. Is it solid? Is it wiggly? Is it all just smoke? Question it, don't be scared to try. The bravest thing your brain can do is ask the big old why. Request on upward, holler hard into the sky. Even holy things don't mind, dear, if you're brave enough to try. Question it, give it a poke. Is it solid? Is it wiggly? Is it all just smoke? Question it, don't be scared to try. The bravest thing your brain can do is ask the big old why. The big old why.
Who carved these crowns in your sky? Gave them your hunger and your time. Taught you to kneel so you feel tall. Then called the shiver in your spine a sign. Tell me, what are gods to you? Names on a leash around your throat, soft little certainties, tied like stones inside your coat. If doubt is such a holy crime, why does it feel so sharp, so true? Tell me, what are gods to you? The cage is made of words you never choose. You say you're led by a sacred hand, yet you won't look at your own. You fear the crack in every room, so you build your prison out of stone. Tell me, what are gods to you? Echoes you're scared to let grow old. Sweet little certainties, burning your questions into gold. If silence is the highest law, why does your buried anger move? Tell me, what are gods to you? But change your kiss, afraid to lose. What if the voice you call divine is just your terror, dressed in light? What if the devil that you blame is only you, with open eyes? Tell me, what are gods to you? Masks you mistake for your own face, harsh little certainties, keeping you frozen in one place. If freedom is a whispered word, why does it thunder when it blooms? Tell me, what are gods to you? If not the key you fear to turn in you.
Well, hell yeah. Appreciate you, Michael V. And I'm sorry, that was Heretical Apothecary. And of course, the rest of you for inspiring the others. Thank you guys so much for making those songs. Really appreciate it. And if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue. I'm not looking to tear your gods away from you. I really just want to know, if you can question it, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it?
You know which song we haven't heard in a while, Thrayle?
Is it the one you mentioned in the comments a minute ago?
Yes, it is. It's the one I mentioned in the comments a minute ago.
We have, but yeah, we'll listen to it again.
No? The goal was completed.
Hell yeah. Well, it says there were two, but I'm gonna bet it was Nihilistic Optimus. And also Katie. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you for helping with the goal. I think I know which one that is. The song you mentioned. I think I know which one that is. If we do go too much longer without a guest, I may be forced to
Poem it up.
begin to prepare a poem. Feels a little early, but I might begin to get ready for that. Amy says a poem would be lovely. Well, you're in luck, Amy. I read a poem on the live every day. But that usually signifies the end of the live.
If you believe the live shouldn't end, then keep tapping that screen repost, do all the things. Send your heart mate. Go up there and tap that little heart, and then you can claim all the points and level up.
When the midnight clock in Texas starts its quiet humming tune, the skeleton lights a lantern and invites the bats in soon. Tell me what you're certain of, tell me what you know. Tell me why you hold it close and if you let it go. No shouting in this tavern, just a question and a chair. 1,000 wandering thoughts arrive and leave a little clearer there. In the glow of the Batcolyte, where the late night thinkers meet, the curious skeleton asks us what belief lives at your feet. Hamsters tossing movie quotes, cats got frogs that keep the beat. Keeper guards the library while ketchup finds his seat. It's bats and questions in the night till the morning sun appears. Just strangers chasing honesty between the laughs and ears. Amy fires a one-liner sharp enough to split the air. Half a joke and half a jab, but kindness hiding there. Cat in a vat from islands where the frogs sing backup choir. Patient like a midnight tide, poking truth into the fire. And the keeper drifting through the halls of every wandering stream. Morgan left there with gentle eyes, guarding questions and a dream. And if you wander and uncertain, you might find a place to stay, where nobody demands your answer, just the courage to say. In the glow of the Batcolyte, where the late night thinkers meet, the curious skeleton asks us what belief lives at your feet. Hamsters tossing movie quotes, cats got frogs that keep the beat. Keeper guards the library while ketchup finds his seat. I showed up with a username, sticky, sweet, and red. They called me ketchup, laughing as the questions filled my head. Why do you believe that? Could it maybe change? Funny how a simple thought can rearrange the brain. I watched the VOD the next day, thinking back on what we said. Turns out curiosity is the best road in your head. Bats in the rafters, pomegranates rolling, squirrel Jesus somewhere probably trolling, GoPros blinking, low keepers keeping while the rest of the world is quietly sleeping. In the glow of the Batcolyte, where the strange ideas convene, the curious skeleton smiling from somewhere off screen. Keeper says brush your teeth now like a wizard or a queen. And the night keeps asking softly what we think and why we do. A skeleton with questions and a sky full of bats and truth.
One step upon the road of errant hue, yellow bricks flicker then renew. Thou claspest thy basket of half-written seeds, askest me softly, whither doth this trail lead? I smile as one who hath trod this path for years. My hand warm against thy fears. Past every window thou darest not break, past every apple thou never dost take. Come walk the unfurling with me, where the path doth double blink, then reformeth beneath thy feet. Every shimmer is a question, every question is a key. Come walk the unfurling, just breathe, just breathe. Street lamps, blinking monochrome light, billboards, preaching comic book spite. A voice in the gutter saith, child, thou art late. Yet the mouth is a mask, and the mask is a gate. He leans all color, teeth, and charm, both in, yet strangely warmed. All art thou lost, or finally found. Each word striketh the pavement, then curled off the ground. Come walk the unfurling with me, where the sermons wear suits, and they laugh through their teeth. Every promise is a puzzle, every blessing hideth a thief. Come walk the unfurling, thou shalt see, thou shalt see. He crooketh the finger, voice all smirk and smoke. Turn back, sweetheart, ere the glass getteth broke. Thy fragile faith, thy paper thin belief, I sell relief, I specialize in grief. Thou lookest to me, I am weary of being tried. I touch thy cheek, then step outside the side. His accent rattles like a subway train. Stay small, stay safe, bear the same old name. But the bricks misfire, swap beneath thy shoes. A door appeareth, demanding thou choose. His laughter splitteth into a choir off the rails. Genderless whispers weaving tangled fairy tales. So walk the unfurling with me, past the velvet threats and the crooked decrees. Every halo here is borrowed, every shadow seeketh the seat. But thou art the one who nameth the truth beneath. Come walk the unfurling with me, past the hungry creeds and the gothic mystique. Take my hand till thou art ready to let go and still believe in thine own strange shining, blasphemous, brilliant, self-made creed. Thou leavest thy basket at the skeleton's throne. He tippeth his hat, thou art better off alone. I fade like a rumor in the wings of thy mind. Thou steppest off the path and redrawest the line.
Hell yeah. Appreciate you catch up for the curious skeleton. And of course, Bradge for the unfurling. I mean, we couldn't mistake that for anybody else but Bradge, right? That was good, though.
It's very good.
Good luck with that, and if you have trouble, reach out to a mod. Feel free to hit any of them up, or me, and we'll help you out.
Oh, no degree. I don't
think he
I don't know if you can help. I don't think you can help at all. No degree. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure what that even means.
Me
either. Claire. I find that he's usually here to antagonize, but who knows? Maybe he is here to help. I'm not sure what that means, though.
I would say something, but I think it would come off as too mean. I don't mean it to be mean, but factual.
She's a very prolific teapot maker, though, I gotta say. She's making lots of them.
Wait, I'm sorry, I missed something. Who's a prolific teapot maker?
It's just somebody with a three-letter name that's making a lot of theories in chat there. Amy, she was up here earlier. She's talking about AI predating humans and stuff like that. Things that can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Teapot.
It's just that, like, I was fine with letting her interact, but
I'm fine with it.
I didn't think she was causing any problems. Oh wait, this song should not be playing again.
I was just assuming, I was inferring and assuming, Hammy, maybe you were referring to something else.
Yeah, I've noticed a lot of assumptions, but I don't know, does that mean that she's not questioning? And does that even matter so much in chat?
matter in chat. I'm just curious on why she even asked the question in the first place.
I guess I missed which question you were referring to.
Oh, she was talking about the AI being predating human. And the question, I was fine with the interaction at first, but then at one point she said that she doesn't need evidence, and then continued on with her thought process. And I'm like, well, then why ask the question in the first place if you don't really care for evidence? She can continue on asking it and communicating with others about it. I didn't care. I just was curious why ask the question in the first place.
Gotta get our teapots from somewhere, right? That's what I figured.
Oh my gosh, I was learning about the mathematics of Moroccan teapots today and how they like figured out how to create laminar flow and yeah, so much cool stuff. And then they create foam on the top of their tea because there's an actual um like
Aeration or
um
something?
what'd you say?
I was just guessing aeration. Aeration.
Well, it's more than that. It creates a head of foam on top. And so when there's sand blowing in like deserty areas, the thought process is like the foam, um, or you can kind of like tip it to one side and get the sand-free tea underneath the foam. But there's like a whole bunch of there's a molecule in green tea that turns it into a natural soap, so it makes this like foam.
I'm just reading right now. Aha, aeration does play a part, but also like you're saying, like some component in it says mint tea. Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you like at all.
I'm saying like what I'm reading says it's mint tea, but maybe there's other like green tea as well.
It's green tea and mint tea, like green tea with mint in it.
Gotcha.
Sugar.
Looks delicious.
I wonder what it looks like for someone to come up and question their beliefs. What does that look like? Do you think you can question your belief in a god or gods, higher power, or something like that? If so, why don't you come up and show us what questioning that belief looks like?
If you believe in teapots with laminar flow so that you can pour your tea from an absurdly high height and not miss the glass so that you can create the optimal amount of aeration for your Moroccan tea, don't request that. That's not what we're talking about. But if you have a belief, do that.
Comments.
Cat the Witch says that she swears she just saw me roll my eyes. Maybe.
No, I really want you to send us
won't
those
deny it.
gifts.
Oh,
All I really want was gifts. The animation.
Oh, yeah.
I think Josh needs to come up here.
Are you saying you want the smoke?
Josh.
I prefer his username. DJ Hammurabi.
I want that smoke with him.
What is smoke? I mean, in this sense.
That depends on how close you are to Austin.
Not as close as Hammy.
Oh, am I closer to Austin?
Yeah, I think you're probably, 2 hours away from Austin?
It's 3 hours.
Still closer than me.
3 or 4, I don't remember which.
But there were no sick beats on Joshua's website.
Quantum raises an excellent point. Speed limits don't matter that much in Texas. I mean, they do, but I guess it depends on which part of the state.
That reminds me, I haven't watched Austin City Limits in so long. There's probably so much musical goodness to catch up on. Overrun.
one tried to solve it for me. No one told me what was true. They just stayed there in the break-in long enough to let me through. Under her wing in the unknown, while we try to find the answers, no one is alone. What we thought would be a shatter only whispered we still matter, not because it all made sense, just because we weren't left. What we thought would leave us nowhere found us standing in it, still here, side by side. We still move, questioning what we thought we knew. There's a quiet in the room tonight, like something's waiting to be named. I've been holding on to borrowed truths, but they don't feel the same. You lean back like you've seen it all, like doubts a well you drink from slow. And I'm standing on the edge of it, just asking what you know. I don't need a final answer, just something I can hold. So I ask you one thing at a time, like I'm tracing out the fault lines between what's true and what we're told. Do you ever feel it slipping, like the ground won't stay consistent, like belief is just a place we go? And you say, sit with the question, don't rush to fill the space. So I ask you one thing at a time and hope you critically think. You say certainty's a heavy crown, and doubt's a lighter way to live. But I've seen people build their homes on things they won't forgive. And I don't know if I want that, or if I'm just scared of none. Is it braver to keep searching, or to say you found the one? You smile like it's familiar, like you've walked this road before. So I ask you one thing at a time, like I'm knocking on a door frame, but I'm not sure what's inside. Do you ever miss the answers, even if they weren't the right ones, just the place you used to hide? And you say, sit with the question, let it echo, let it stay. So I ask you one thing at a time and drift your way. If I let it all unravel, who am I without the threat? If I question every sacred thing, does sacred lose its meaning? Do you think there's something listening, or just silence dressed as peace? Or is asking all we get? You don't answer right away, you never really do. Just say, what do you believe? And hand truth. So I ask you one thing at a time, though I'm scared of what I'll find in the spaces in between. Is it faith or is it habit? Is it comfort? Is it panic? Is it something I've just seen? And you say stay in the question. Doubt is where we grow. So I ask you one thing at a time. Together we understand more about what we do not know. Pain flaked off the mirror horse, jawbone grin, chipped glass eye. Black lace on a velvet pole, creaks in circles, choir, it cries. Moonlight on the weathered main, ticket booth with no one there. Your breath fogs a tilted glass, cold brass rings the empty air. Round, round gallows carousel, dance with the shadows, darling. Oh, oh, hand on a splintered handle, prayers on your tongue, but you keep on falling. Round gallows carousel, where every sweet dream sours, right till the rust stains your wrist. Count the bones instead of the hours. Candy skulls in paper bags, moths asleep in crooked masks, fortune cards with burned out ink, futures just the questions asked. Bandstand draped in tattered red, songbooks nailed and left to rot. You hum the tune you almost know, it's on your lips, then it's not. Who built this crooked heaven? Who wound the music tight? Who keeps the painted ponies pacing in the night? Hey, round, round, round gallows carousel, dance with the shadows, darling. No, hand on a splintered handle, prayers on your tongue, but you keep on falling. Round, round gallows carousel, where every sweet dream sours, right till the rust stains your wrist. Count the bones instead of the hours. Instead of the hours.
Bent mirror on the midway says I'm taller than my skin. Fortune teller folding tarot keeps on asking where I've been. Candied apples, crooked halos, all for sale along the rail. Every creed a prize booth, every doubt a ticket tail. Hey, spin me around this holy carousel. Let my pretty little truths all yell, till they wobble, till they crack, till they fall apart. I've been praying to a paper crown. Let it burn as the ride breaks down. If it doesn't fit the scar, it's leaving. I wear to see what's me and what's just there. Choir boys on stilts are singing lines they never learned to mean. Preacher with a painted smile sells forgiveness like it's cheap. Mama's rules inside my pocket like gold coins gone dull and green. Do I bow because I choose or cause I'm scared of losing see? Spin me around this holy carousel. Let my pretty little truths all yell. Till they wobble, till they crack, till they fall apart. I've been praying to a paper crown. Let it burn as the ride breaks down. If it doesn't fit the scar, it's leaving my heart. I'm pulling threads from the faith I wear to see what's me and what's just there. Who taught me what right feels like? Was it love or just old fear? Just fear. If the map was drawn by strangers, why'd I tattoo it right here? I will dance with every question. Let it step upon my toes. Better bruised in honest motion than a statue in their row. Spin me around this holy carousel. Let my pretty little truths all yell. Till they wobble, till they crack, till they fall apart. I've been praying to a paper crown. Let it burn as the ride breaks down. If it doesn't fit the scar, it's leaving my heart. I'm pulling threads from the faith I wear to see what's me and what's just there. One last ride in the funhouse glare. I lose a lie, find a spine in there. Bought a map to heaven from a man in a moth-eaten suit. Said just follow these arrows and ignore that hole in the roof.
I asked him for directions to the nearest honest word. He laughed so hard his halo slipped and spooked the passing birds.
Oh my.
Welcome to the carnival of doubt. Step right up, let your questions out. Win a prize if your faith falls through. Cotton candy of it might be true. Round and round on the carousel of why we poke at the truth till it rolls its eyes. If you're certain, you're probably lost, my friend, at the carnival of doubt. We doubt again.
Mama said, boy, don't worry, everything's part of a plan. I said, who? She said, don't ask that, and stirred the pot with her hand.
Preacher on the corner selling thunder in little glass jars. I asked for a refund when it rained inside. He said, take it up with the stars. Welcome to the carnival of doubt. Step right up, let your questions out. Win a prize if your faith falls through. Cotton candy, it might be true. Spin the wheel, mark, maybe never then. Trade your halo for a leaky pen. If you're certain, you're probably lost, my friend, at the carnival of doubt. We doubt again. Do you miss your little lies before you go to sleep? Do you bargain with the dark? devil showed receipts, would you still be sure if the saints forgot your name? Would you knock on one more door? One more door. Welcome to the carnival of doubt. Step right up, let your questions out. Win a prize if your faith falls through. Cotton candy, it might be true. Take a ticket, let your certainties bend. Hold my hand till the questions end. When they don't, well, we'll laugh here anyway. At the carnival of doubt, we'll doubt our doubts away.
Hell yeah. I definitely got to make sure I thank Morgan Le Fay and Hazelnut for those first two songs. Appreciate you. I might have gotten a little self-indulgent and played 3 of my songs in a row, but, you know, it's my show. I really appreciate all of you, though. Thank you guys so much. I played the first one from Morgan, and I really like it, and of course, it pairs very well with the one Hazel wrote, Dowdy Doubt, and they both got me in the feels. So I thought, what better way to bring the mood up than play a bunch of carnival tunes? Now, if only someone with a belief could question a belief that they hold, that'd be really awesome. Because otherwise, I'll have.
Thank you for Clovers and crew. Okay, enjoy your lay down.
Oh. Oh, and the YouTube just did something weird. Hopefully we got that back. Let's not let that happen again. I see a stepdog down there. Good morning, stepdog. Good to see you. Hello, Witty. Good morning to you. Hope you slept well. Mindy Lee thinks they may be an angry person. Well, sorry, Mindy. Don't know what you're angry about. I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily the goal there, Ketchup, but yeah, I do like Tom Waits and Dark Carnival, or what's the other name for that genre? Dark Cabaret. of fits in the carnival theme. That might be why. I saw that too, Sebastian. Every once in a while we see Coco roll through, but I don't think I'm going to get him up here to question his belief in debates. Actually, I have questioned him once before. It was a long time ago. I don't know, Sebastian. Did you bring any with you? I haven't seen one for at least an hour. I got hit with a restriction. That might be why. I thought it was a warning, but it was a restriction for blurry or black screen. That never happened once, but didn't stop them from restricting the live for it, because TikTok sucks. I said it. They'll restrict me for that too, I'm sure. They think this is a blurry screen, or a blank screen. If it wasn't a static image, they'd find something else to restrict me for. That is what it is. Catch up. I've noticed that the restrictions like that tend to come after a guest who can't question leaves. Usually by force. That's my guess is a flurry of complaints after. And the one that stuck was blurry or blank screen. Makes no sense.
Comes up and the shadows shine. Here comes the bones of the Batcolyte.
Thrayle in the night with a skelly man grin. Low voice rolling makes you lean right in. Witty and wise with a calm, cool style. Quietly funny with a curious smile. He questions hard but won't debate. Chooses understanding over hate. No burgle beliefs, just thoughtful sparks. Inquisitive minds meeting in the dark. Bones aglow in the soft green light. Building a home in the edge of the night. No nonsense, well maybe a bit. A sideways joke and a clever quip. Batcolyte, Batcolyte. Strange and kind and glowing in the night. Batcolyte, Batcolyte. Where the weird and wonderful all unite. Deep voice low and the mood feels right. Questions arise and the minds take flight. Welcome to the Batcolyte. Founder of a crowd where the misfits fit. Open to all and proud of it. Curious, chill, measured kind. Big weird heart and a brilliant mind. Sometimes he dodges, lets the moment breathe. Lets folks think before he shows his teeth. Poems like thunder, soft but grand. Wisdom and wonder go hand in hand. Horse dog stomping by the old shed door. Deep night thinking always leaves you wanting more. He'll welcome strangers, he'll make them friends. All while questioning where the sidewalk ends. Batcolyte, Batcolyte. Strange and kind and glowing in the night. Batcolyte, Batcolyte. Where the weird and wonderful all unite. Deep voice low and the mood feels right. Questions arise and the minds take flight. Welcome to the Batcolyte. Definitely not a puppet, no. If he says it, it must be so. Bones lit up with a violet hue. Head bobbing along to our favorite tunes. A false memory pulled out of the air. It's Berenstain, not Berenstain Bears. He'll question all but won't question that. So I guess we'll just be fine with that. Woo, 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 woo. Batcolyte, Batcolyte. Strange and kind and glowing in the night. Batcolyte, Batcolyte. Where the weird and wonderful all unite. Deep voice low and the mood feels right. Questions arise and the minds take flight. Welcome to the Batcolyte. When the dark gets deep and you need a light, you can find your people in the Batcolyte. If you're curious, take a seat. Batcolyte, in the darkness we meet. Can you question your beliefs? Can you question your beliefs?
Click clack, midnight on the tiles. He's grinning with his skull on file. Cards flip, every secret face up. Truth or dare, your fragile hopes, huh? Knee socks, shaking in my boots. Lip gloss, tastes like bitter fruit. He says, girl, are you sure you're sure? I say, hit me with one more. Every answer feels like falling. Tiny heartbeats, curtain call. If my faith is just pretending, let it crack or let it glow. Skeleton men, ask me again. Peel back the braid from my trembling hands. I stake every wish I ever planned on your cold bone questions. Skeleton men, I won't hide. Lay all my faith on the firing line. If it breaks, then at least it was mine. Test my true confession. Skeleton Q&A showtime.
keep the doubts a blade. I tell his grin, then watch what shines beneath my skin. Every truth is sharp and shaking, but I'll hold it in my palm. If my faith is just for story, let your shadows prove me wrong. Skeleton man, ask me again. Peel back the prey from my trembling hands. I'll take every wish I submit. I won't hide. Lay all my faith on the firing line. If it breaks, then at least it was mine. Test my true confession. Skeleton Q&A showtime. You say, little girl, what if you're mistaken? I say, so what if my heart comes back shaken? If I'm shattered, I'll still shine. Fragile, but it's still my life. Skeleton man, ask me again. Peel back the prey from my trembling hands. I'll stake every wish I ever planned on your cold bone quest. Skeleton man, watch me tonight. Turn every crack to a battle cry. If I fall, I will fall in the sky. Faith in full expression. Skeleton Q&A showtime.
Request up and have a conversation. I'm not here to burgle your beliefs. I really am just here to see if you can question me. 매우 소리서 나이래. Tell me what you really know. 고타해가 아루날라. Step into the fire show. If you believe it, say it with your chest. If it's really true, then it lives through the test. No script, no shield, no bar of faith. Just your own voice in this place. 신지다 no, can it stand right now? He has ammo, will it break somehow? If it's real, let it breathe. If it's yours, then speak to me. If you believe in a God, gods, or anything like that, and can question that belief, request up and have a conversation. I'm not here to burgle your beliefs. I really am just here to see if you can question them. 구원의 날 나라, let the whole room shake. 미소잖아 나라, then it will not break. Bring your reason, bring your flame, say why you believe that name. No theft, no to make your name. If you won't run, request up and tell.
press me, I'd be like, yeah, I don't think any of it's like real, in the sense that like it doesn't comport with reality. But I do have some kind of unexplainable personal experience when it comes to Jesus and God and all of it. But I don't think that, I do think that our modern perception of what that is isn't accurate to even what the Bible claims about those things, to be clear. So I don't think a modern American Christian's perception of Yahweh is what is represented in the pages of the Old Testament, for instance. Yahweh was an ancient storm god, who committed all kinds of moral atrocities, plainly on the text throughout the Old Testament. But Christians just like literally ignore those things. And they just go, no, God is loving. He's always been loving. He was just. All of those things were somehow, in his infinite wisdom, they were all good and they were for our good. They just hand wave all that away. So this like experience that they have, I'm trying to relate with my family on those things and say, hey, and to me, I can kind of call that a faith experience. So I don't know exactly what that is. I can't really put my finger on what faith even really is. It's different than trusting in something, because like people try to use an example of a chair. You have faith that a chair will hold you up, and then you sit in it. And now, like I literally heard a pastor say that recently, sitting in it and you're actually having that's the faith that you're actually you're doing it. You're actually living it now. But I have good evidence that a chair will hold me up. I can observe it. I can observe other chairs. I can observe other people sitting in chairs. That's not faith. That's a educated guess, educated trust. So like I don't really know even exactly what faith is or what it's good for, other than just belief in something without evidence. So I don't believe those things to be true, as in I don't think that they actually comport with reality. But I do have some sort of experience that I'm trying to relate with my family on. I don't know if that answers your question exactly.
It actually does. Maybe a little too well.
Okay.
I think we might be far more similar than I would have thought, or maybe even you.
Probably not more than I thought.
Yeah.
But I see you both from the outside.
I feel like
Determinist.
it is weird.
mythicist.
Yeah, it is weird to hear a perspective that resonates so well with me.
Wow. Awesome.
Because a lot of people don't really see things the way that you're saying. So I am a Christian, but I am also a mythicist.
Oh, cool.
I was a mythicist long before Jared even got on TikTok with Christ Before Jesus.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Richard Carrier or?
Yeah, I am a fan of Carrier, but also I did have a group of friends or colleagues that we kind of did a lot of studies onto the scriptures and a lot of like historical information from 1st to the 6th century, trying to look at interpretations and other people's work. I'm sure with the studies that you've done, you're familiar with a lot of these things. I don't hold to the Gospels as being part of my canon, and I think we don't really need to get into it as to why that's a good reason. I think it's evident. But the reason why I asked about if you hold to any faith or beliefs in these ways is, like I said, me as an agnostic Christian who was a mythicist, I don't necessarily think that I ever got to the point to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I still think there's utility within a lot of the stuff that I still hold to. But ultimately, like, it does come down to that. And, I don't necessarily want to press you on your personal experience, but it does come down to personal experience and how that actually resonates within us, where you're able to say, like, hey, I don't know, I don't understand, this could be divine, but I'm not ready to put my finger on it and say that this is God or this is Jesus. And I can't make that claim fully. Maybe that might make a little bit of sense to you with where I'm coming from.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, thank you for sharing. Yeah, that I feel very similarly, man. I don't think that I realized that I accelerated very quickly. I only started really talking. It hasn't been. I mean, maybe it's been a little over a year now, I think. Actually, Thrayle was one of the first people that I came on here and talked to. This live was one of the first lives that I started to speak out, and that it gave me a place to really. I'm a verbal processor, so I realized that I kind of dove into the deep end, and I didn't fully let go of everything, but I definitely was like, hey, this stuff's not true. And I believed all this stuff all my life. I went through that phase of, hey, I've been lied to. And I was kind of pissed about it. I was it was insisted to me that everything in the Bible was absolutely true and that all people agree with that. That's so false. And that's what was told to me. Scientists, archaeologists, all. And so I went through this phase of, oh my gosh, I've been like a child. I've just been lied to. I believed this thing and I had never even gone out to go verify that. That was just that was a stable datum that I was operating on. And so I to bring that full circle to what you're saying, I think I had a sort of a knee-jerk response to that once I realized it, and accepted it. And now I'm going, well, hold on a second. There's so much personal good that me thinking and operating the way that I have all of these years has wrought in my life. So let me not just be, goofy and throw everything out without thinking through it. And let me observe these personal experiences that I've had and say, well, what's good about that? And what could that be? And people have wrestled with these questions for millennia. And this is not new. Does God exist? Is there a God? Is there some higher power? Is there, what's our purpose? These are the questions that man can't seem to really fully answer satisfactorily. And that's another thing is I'm just saying I'm in process, and there's room for, hey, maybe I just don't know. I don't know fully, and that's okay. That's okay to not know. I think that's Thrayle loves saying that, right? That's a great answer. I don't know. And it's okay not to know, and to sit in that and go, okay, well, let me just continue to move forward in my life and have experiences and try to wrestle with what it means for me to be alive and what it means for me to experience these things. And so, yeah, man, I'm with you. I think that, if I had grown up in a Muslim culture, I'd probably be having similar thoughts about that faith. That also strikes me, is that there's different approaches, different vantage points, depending on where you were born and what culture you were born into on these questions. And our families would be equally as insistent that they knew the truth if they were Muslim or if they were Buddhist or if they were Hindu or whatever else. And that matters to me, because it's like, okay, well, is there something centrally true about these questions? That interests me. Is there something about the human experience that has a need to dig into the spiritual, that has a need to dig into this relationship with the divine, or whatever the divine is? And so, yeah, I don't know. Now I'm doing the thing where I'm thinking out loud and just kind of wrestling through it.
No, I think that's great, and honestly, like this is really cool. I guess another question that kind of comes out of this for me is like, what does these struggles that you have now with these ideas, what does that look like in your life? And I might potentially have another question after that.
Sure. Most of them, you use the word struggle. So most of them come down to relationships, not internal struggle. I think what you're trying to get at is probably internal struggle, but most of it has to do with, I care about my dad a lot. I care about my siblings. I care about my wife. I care about relationships that I've had for many, many years that were based on this stuff. And me saying, hey, it's all mythology is deeply hurtful to them. And so I most of my struggle is wrapped up in that. I still relate with them through these things that they hold to be factual. What can I find that's true about them? Because I think there's a difference between fact and truth. Right? So if they want to camp out and talk about facts surrounding it, and it's going to be very tough for them. But if we want to talk about truth, hey, we should live our life in service to other. Love that. Love that. How can I do that more? How can I pursue humility and pursue a disposition that is in service to other? How can I be of service to others? I love that. And that's a central piece of the Christian life. So I can relate with them on truth. So I think the struggle for me is, what do I find to be true about the Christian claims and Christian experience that I can identify with and therefore call myself functionally a Christian? I live functionally as a Christian. I do. I really do in my life. I could give lots of examples, but so I think the struggle for me is walking that line of being in service to these relationships in my life and not lying, but also not being hurtful. So truth and love, that's a very Christian concept too, right? So that's my biggest struggle, I think. There's probably a better way of saying it, but that I think I've encapsulated it there.
I think I understand pretty well. I don't think you speak in a way where you're not understood. At least for me, like I feel like you're pretty clear. Yeah. Yeah. I think, at least from my perspective of being in these relationships with people where there is that difference between our understandings or our beliefs, where I kind of need to be able to leave my thoughts or my beliefs or my ideas elsewhere when I engage, because at that point I'm trying to be what whoever I'm talking to or whoever I'm interacting with, what they need. It's not really about me, and it is that idea of like being in service too, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe something along those lines.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm surprised we hadn't crossed paths till now, man. Are you usually over here, or do you do a lot?
I used to do lives with a few people, maybe like 4 or 5 years ago.
Oh, cool. Gotcha.
But it was mostly revolving around like evidence for a historical Jesus.
My kind of live, bro. I love that.
Yeah, but it's been a long time since I've done that. But I used to come in here a lot more. Just work and life has been a little bit crazy. So I've had to moderate a little bit in, just, yeah.
How's it been for you with your? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Thrayle.
I was just gonna say he used to ride the whole night with me. Show up when I launched the live and be here till I ended.
Wow, what happened? Fell off.
Life caught
Probably
up.
realized that was unhealthy.
There's only one Thrayle. Only
He
one.
made me cry once, and then we didn't see him for a while.
You can only have 7 Red Bulls in a day.
Yeah, exactly.
There can be only one Thrayle.
That's right. Only one to rule the night. I love it, man. I love it. We were
Zach,
watching.
you were about to ask a question?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, how has it been for you, just relating with your family? Does your family still hold to traditional faith? I don't know. Is that a struggle for you as well?
Yeah, it is. My wife is a Christian.
Okay.
And our children are raised Christian also. I don't push my ideas or my theology onto them. I have talked very briefly with my wife about my thoughts and beliefs and the points I've come to, and we don't see eye to eye, and it's just something we don't really talk about. Because to me, my beliefs are not as important as what I need to be doing as the father, as the husband.
Dude, I'm with you. I'm so with you on that. Well said. Yeah, because at the end of the day, it's like, and I thought of this too. The values that my wife, or my family members for that matter, are espousing themselves with are serving them in their lives. They're serving them very well. They don't seem like there's no immediate danger or harm happening. Now, if there was, I would be pushing on, hey guys, you're believing a lie and it's causing you to do these harmful things to yourself or to others. But I'm not seeing that. There's not like, in certain sects of Christianity, you see a great deal of misogyny, for instance, or you see abuse in different ways. There's all kinds of horrible things that we know happen within Christian communities. But that's not the case for all Christians, right? There are many who are functioning, they're living their lives, and they live their lives in a really beautiful way, and they're happy, they're joyful, they have, they're pursuing the things they want to pursue. They're not being oppressed by other people in the church or anything like that. So that is how most of the Christians in my life are at this point. I've known Christians, I've been in all of the circles, I've seen it all. But so that being said, it's like, well, is it important for me to go rob them of this thing that's serving them in their lives? And I don't know that it is. I mean, it would make me feel better to be like, hey, we're in agreement. It would make me feel better, but would it make them feel better? I don't know. Would it be better for them to go and really try to make them think so? Now, if they were searching, if they were asking the questions, and if they were I was in a bad spot, guys. I was depressed. I was obese. I was not coping well with life. And a lot of it was wrapped up in the way that I believed, because I really internalized that, hey, I'm filthy rags before a holy God. I'm nothing. I'm worthless. Like I don't even like saying those words out loud. I shouldn't have even said that. But these are where there's self-harm going on in my life. And beginning to ask these questions freed me and opened me up to do the things that I'm doing now. I'm grateful for them. So grateful for truth. But for people where that's not the case, it's like, okay, well, they're not even seeking. They're not even asking the questions. I asked the questions and came to different conclusions than these people in my life. So is it really important for me to go and make them think something different if their lives, if it could destabilize them and send them, like, they're not even pursuing it. If they're pursuing it, it's different, right? But so anyway, I don't know if that resonates with you.
No, it does 100%. Like I said, it didn't take
totally. Yeah, that's awesome, man. It is tough though, because of course you're like, well, it's my kids. Like I want my kids to but that again, that's a Christian idea. We got to get our kids to believe the same way we do, because why? Because they're going to be in eternal torment. But that's not the case anymore, right? Like,
the reason why I don't really struggle with that is because, and like, pardon my French when I say this, but like people who are kind of really stuck in this idea of the theology have this false sense of idea that like God's gonna be this shallow little bitch that's gonna be wrong and the shade incorrect, so therefore you deserve hell. So how is that understanding at all? You brought up the idea that like struggling with being filthy rags and like just such a broken person, but how does that relate at the same time to be made in the image of God? Like there is, I don't think I could draw a harder contradiction there that creates cognitive dissonance.
yeah, I agree. I totally agree. And that really, to be fair, was not only my distinction that I grew up in, but my father's particular disposition on biblical truth. It's important for my father, and my father's a prominent person in our circles and the church. And so it was very important to start with, hey, we are destitute and in need of a savior. And so to drive that point home all of the time and to highlight the sacrificial lamb, to highlight Jesus, he would constantly draw our attention to the fact that we are absolutely worthless and Christ makes us valuable. So he would agree about the image of God, we're created in the image of God, but then we messed it up, is what he would say, in the fall. And so what I agree with you 100%. And I think that is cognitive dissonance. Well put. For some reason, that feature of grace, when it comes to understanding the need for a savior from a Pauline perspective, is one of the major highlights that my family in particular championed, preached, internalized. And it just had a really bad effect on me personally. So it's not like that for everyone. My wife didn't have that experience with it. She feels very joyful. She feels very bright. She feels very celebratory of that element of it. Was like, hey, it's righteous and virtuous for me to think of myself as nothing and horrible and worthless. That was just how I inferred all of that my whole life as a Christian.
We do have a new guest. Edward, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 33.
And do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I have. I believe in God.
Which God do you believe in?
Just of reality, not of any particular religion, according to my view.
God of reality, what does that mean?
So it's the basic substance of everything that exists, I would say. Yeah, and I think it is conscious.
You're saying the basic substance of everything that exists.
Yeah.
And it's conscious. What does conscious mean?
The ability to know that something exists. For example, reality or oneself. or whatever, self-awareness.
So you're saying that reality itself and the base of which it is composed is aware.
Yes, that's how I experience it somehow.
How is it you're experiencing an aware base of reality?
So I somehow internally feel that there is something that is aware of existence itself, that there's not only existence, but only the awareness of existence, because I'm also aware.
Because you, a human, a complex organism, is aware of existence, you assume then that the fundamental basis of reality, whatever that means, is also aware.
Not only because I myself experience myself as aware, but because I experience as that to be aware in the same way. Because
How do you experience that to be aware?
It's my experience that there is something that knows, apart from me, knows everything about reality that I may not know about. But
How are you experiencing what something apart from you is aware of?
I experience it through my own presence. It's the same way like I experience you in the same, like I experience someone else. Yeah.
You mean through your perception?
Yeah, my I feel I'm aware that you are present, and in the same way I am present, I am aware that you are also present because I'm talking with you. So
because you perceive me speaking.
And well, that's one example of it that makes me aware that there is another person present. But otherwise, even if you don't speak, just because you have spoken, I can still feel that you are there. And in that same way, I can somehow experience something like God in everything present.
When you say you're experiencing God in everything present, the same way you experience me speaking to you as present, are you saying that everything speaks to you?
Maybe in some abstract way if I listen, but not like in a verbal language, but like more, perhaps in a more abstract way, revolving one's perception. But anyway, at least that it is aware in some way.
In what way?
That it knows that I exist, it sees me, it knows everything I think, everything about reality.
How do you know that it is? How do you know that it is aware of you?
I don't know if I really. It feels like that. It's like my experience, just like
So, could this all be said to be a feeling within your mind?
Not really, because it's in the same way that I feel that you are conscious of me right now. I feel like there's something constant that is conscious of me all the time.
Something constant that is conscious.
Yeah, constantly conscious.
What does that mean, to feel that something is conscious of you?
Yeah, it means that I feel that I am seen by by God or a higher force. and it feels like it is present wherever I go, everywhere actually.
You keep saying it feels like, but I'm not understanding what this feeling is. What does it feel like for something else to be present?
Yeah, it feels like I'm not alone. Yeah.
Could that not be an assumption?
It could be as well. I mean, subjectively, I could create a...
Projecting your own assumptions of perception onto things around you and assuming everything perceives you as you perceive it.
I think that's possible, but I have like a philosophy about reality that makes it like easy for me to think like I'm thinking about God.
I may ask about that in a moment, but I think Kat has a question.
Sure.
Dog is making a whole bunch of noise. Sorry. Why do you desire to feel as if there is some higher power deity present with you?
So the reason for that, if it's a desire or just awareness, but anyway, I desire it in some way as well, because it feels like a necessary thing for my perhaps destiny or eternity or my existence as well itself. It feels necessary for my existence.
Why is it necessary?
I think because it's necessary for the possibility of everything that exists, including myself, I think so.
But why is it necessary? Because if you ask any scientist, I think you'd be hard pressed to find one that would say nothing that all this came from nothing, or that anything came from nothing, or that nothing even exists.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We exist because reality exists. But yeah, why is it necessary? Yeah, I need to think about that.
It's a good answer.
Yeah. I think just like anything exists has to have some kind of intention before it exists, like anything in reality as well.
Why do you think that intention is a requirement?
Because like the base belief of that it is conscious, I think it also then has the ability to have intentions, which then made it possible.
Right, but why is a mind with intention necessary for existence? Why is this overarching mind necessary?
I see. I don't really know. I'm just convinced about the experience I have. So, but yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't really know. I still have the experience, so I cannot ignore it.
Yeah, maybe it could be that that it's not necessary, and it just seems necessary based on your experience. But I think reaching a conclusion of I don't know is awesome. That's awesome.
I mean, I cannot like just explain something that may be much more complex than I am. If it exists, then that was created out of it. Just well, maybe it is possible to know something
Why do you not like? Why do you not practice that specific movement anymore?
Because I think it's just a bunch of ideas that has not.
Good to see you,
Zach, it was a pleasure
Tammy.
meeting you.
You too, man. We're staying connected. I followed you. Everybody take care. Have a great day.
Hell yeah.
Thanks.
Correct me.
I'm hoping. Sorry, go ahead. I apologize.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, but one of the more like predatory kind of.
Nature of reality being Krishna, being a person named Krishna, this reality.
I need a minute to formulate exactly how I want to say this.
And it could be from. Obviously, it's going to be coming from new information from wherever.
Yeah.
But it's also losing the things that don't actually correlate with what you understand, at least from like some kind of a reality aspect, I want to say.
Yeah. I would say it somehow started in that environment. And then it has developed on with new information and some kind of experience, or it's just somehow. But yeah, I have been rethinking a lot about this, my view, and I come to some kind of conclusions or beliefs that I can also, anything can change. I don't know, maybe it can change as well, but that experience that I'm having about reality,
What is an aspect of the belief that you have right now that you're struggling?
If God is a kind of a separate entity, or it somehow, if it's like uh, hmm. Yeah, something about God, about the perception. Is there any separation? Is there any like distinction between
Is
me
there
and? I don't really think so. I think everything is made out of God, at least. Made out of the same basic substance of everything.
when his brother farts in his face. So yeah, it does work that way.
Birdie says the YouTube is down again.
Yep, I just noticed that myself. Thank you, Birdie. Why it keeps doing that. I have a phone call to make that might make a difference on that end.
Good morning, everyone.
Surprise! It's a Philly.
It's me. Hello.
Oh, snap the jellyfish, son.
Pretty.
Philly, I knew he was distracted doing the YouTube, and I saw you there, and I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna."
Pleasant surprise.
That would be a nice surprise.
Philly is very fulfilling indeed.
Hmm. Hmm. How about if everyone in chat shares the live, likes the live, considers sending a gift or making a comment, and we can see if we can push the live out and get a new believer in here willing to question their beliefs.
Hell yeah.
Wants a good questioning now too.
Yeah, I'm selfish that way.
It's just such a nice feeling.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
If we're looking for believers, I'm making some 4 a.m. mac and cheese.
Nice. The mac and cheese will attract them, I'm sure.
It'll at least keep me awake. And my tummy angry all fucking night. I was particularly unpleasant way in the beginning. What are you nodding about over there?
Having technical difficulty. I'm just trying to position myself right. Thank you, Donna.
That was a cool whale.
Hell yeah.
Beautiful gifts.
Shouts out Donna with the whale. Funny you put donuts on the back of it though.
I'm sorry, Kat. Did you say? Did you? Anyways, Thrayle. I think it's about that time for me to not be alive for a few hours.
I think.
If you know what I mean.
Just mean conscious, not conscious.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Not be conscious for a few hours.
Not exist.
Keep going.
Yeah, I like not exist for a couple of hours at least.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Well, I can't assist with that, but I can at least assist with the being on the panel.
With the taking me down off the panel type of deal.
Hopefully in the middle.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
A 2-piece would be great.
What's a 2-piece?
Isn't that how everyone falls asleep?
2-piece is a 2-hour nap.
Oh, I was thinking 2-piece, like 1, 2. You know?
I mean,
no, I don't know.
We grew up in two different places. Yes, Thrayle.
Why are you wrong?
Oh, because it's Friday.
Got him.
Another day that ends in Y. Appreciate you, Hemi. Big W's in the chat for Hemi.
W
Double
hammy.
Thursday. How the fuck is it Friday? What has happened?
It's Friday because yesterday was Thursday.
Yeah, but I thought yesterday
Well, it
was
was.
Tuesday.
It was still Tuesday.
Hold up.
That's why it's surprising that today's Friday.
It's yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. It was
Bugging.
Tuesday. It was just Tuesday.
You all bugging.
There's a request to interact with a believer through their chat in the comments.
We gotta clear up this Tuesday thing first.
Difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sing your siren song.
Feet and teeth to ourselves on this panel.
To have their beliefs questioned.
I think it's a skill issue.
What's a skill issue?
I mean, I think that Dancing in Duality, Claire, Donna B. Yellow, also and Pocket. Thank you so much for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. And 54,000 likes, really, I mean, since the restart, that's pretty impressive. I gotta say, thank you. So, yeah. Believers, what gives?
I was just saying to Philly that I didn't mean to interrupt her. I'm sorry.
Specific, gotcha moments. That's because that's not where I am. That's not gonna be. That's not my journey. Like I don't have any specifics. If I could think of like the puzzle pieces that I said that. Willing. They're okay. So they're unquestionable to me because I've already became like I already completely. I guess I already became completely open-minded in at least my
So
understanding of
you've
what that would
closed
be.
your mind in certain areas because you're so open-minded.
Honestly, yes, but I do revisit them.
That makes no sense.
I know it's sad. I do. I truly, truly do. But it is it really? Because if you think about it, everyone, atheist, everybody, like has closed their mind in some way. And it's not necessarily a closure of your mind.
I think you've already made up a lot of your mind. You came up here with a closed mind. You were kind of arrogant in your assumption.
Please tell
I'm
me.
not finished yet.
Okay, sure.
You're kind of you're kind of arrogant in your assumption that you have reached some answers that are absolute to the point, not questioning your beliefs in any way whatsoever, and demonstrating that arrogance through a sort of, I don't know, faux timidness. But I'm not fooled at all. I'm actually quite convinced that you can't question your beliefs. And
That's oh sorry, are you go ahead.
find it strange that
Journey as yours is yours. And I appreciate your input that is to the point and I will take that and I will consider it. I definitely don't want to sound arrogant. I definitely don't want to exude those things. So that is something. Go ahead.
Can I demonstrate to you that arrogance that he's
Please.
talking about?
Yeah.
Who on this panel, outside, not you, everybody else, who on this panel identifies as an atheist?
Ooh, is agnostic more. So I don't believe in naming things though to a certain extent. So I think
Do you
everybody's
see
journey
what
is different.
I was trying to illustrate, though?
Oh yeah, I definitely do. That's a wonderful illustration, and I definitely hear you.
What is it? What does it mean to not want to put labels on things?
I'm still learning. That I probably shouldn't have said that because I'm still learning that aspect of it. I believe names are claims. That is my puzzle
All right, scaredy cat.
Everything that you've ever heard.
Say that one more time. Sorry, they were meeting and had some stuff going on.
Carpentry. It was carpentry.
You know, something came up. I just gotta
I'm
coward.
I wasn't gonna say it.
Why not, man?
No, does everything that you've ever heard of be called a sandwich have to be edible or food?
Be called a sandwich?
Has
The
anything
distinction.
ever been referred to as a sandwich? It wasn't a food item.
Wasn't a food item. South Park turd sandwich. That's about it. That was just referring to someone as being like an asshole.
If I may, everything you ever experience is sandwiched between non-existence and non-existence. You are the filling in your life.
Sure, dude.
Non-existence be considered a type of bread?
Well, there's my epiphany. Yeah. Mind blown.
Life is a sandwich.
Whoa. Damn. Well,
that was a much more appropriate example than I was going for, Katie.
Nah, man, I want to know what was going on, man. Y'all be censoring yourselves. I ain't with this.
It's not censored.
Talk about it in the Discord, I guess, then. Damn. Can't even be a voice of the people. We can't even be real on panel. This is crazy. Cat over here. Never mind. Everyone's too scared to speak their mind. Look, I don't mind getting spooked up, or I don't care about getting, say some quiet, crazy shit that makes me look dumb. Fine. That's fine. And who cares if something's a little gross? TOS, we're good over here. Censorship is not a sandwich between free speech and decorum. Censorship.
I think he might have. I think Dancing in Duality is a great point.
Censorship is making a beautiful grilled cheese, and then your cat does that thing right on top of it. That's what censorship is. There's your sandwich.
I mean, wouldn't censorship be stopping you from eating the sandwich after the cat does that?
Unless you're a crazy son gun. You must be really hungry.
Well, no, I mean, freedom would be you'd be free to eat that sandwich after. Censorship would be saying, that sandwich has been yacked on.
Yeah, by your cat who's been licking their butt, licking their toes, walking and crap. No, I'm good on that. I ain't that sandwich. I'm good. You got it, cat. Good job. You ruined it. Censored me. Censored my beautiful grilled cheese. And I had a soup and a salad.
I think your example was highly specific, and it also kind of missed the point of censorship.
Things happen when you have 3 cats. All right, man?
Wait, did you say you had a super salad or a super salad?
We can talk outside, bro. You keep getting me with the super salad shit. It's killing me, bro.
Kira asks
Damn, I didn't know.
Question. Why do you have so many cats?
I didn't know 3 was so many. Fuck. There's 1,600 square feet here. I didn't know 3 was a lot for 1,600 square feet. Great. Now I'm being called the Catcolyte. Man, I might as well freaking go make a sandwich. This is bullshit.
I mean, if sandwiches are anything layered
Thrayle.
that can be described as layered, then you're already making a sandwich. Even saying my name was a sandwich between 2 moments of not saying it.
Your Father's Day basket is about to get real light if you keep it up. Keep it up, bro. Real freaking light.
I really should stop the sandwich before we get derailed again.
I wonder how Brad feels about this. He always has something insightful.
We ran Philly off. Too many sandwiches.
I just think about squeezing sandwiches. Good morning, pretty sweet COS. Hang on.
What?
Say squeezing sandwiches.
Yeah, like drops of blood in Gethsemane, but a sandwich, you know? Pineal gland, olives, pressed olives for the juice, pineal glands for the electricity, you know? But maybe not necessary electricity, just extra. I don't know.
Didn't you already?
And sandwiches adds another layer, I guess.
I mean, that is the nature of sandwich.
I'm not sure what the belief comes down to. I don't know. The dream world has no answers either, honestly. It's all.
I just came up here to say that Brad is a treasure, and we are so lucky we have him.
No, you.
Just think about squeezing.
And also, 3 is the maximum number of cats before it becomes unreasonable, but it is still a reasonable number of cats.
Are you telling me if you go to the White House and they got 4 cats in there, you're like, that's too much?
That's too many cats.
For how big that motherfucker is?
It doesn't matter. That's too many cats. 3
Yeah,
cats
it's
is the
per
maximum
square. It's
reasonable
cats
amount of
per
cats.
square footage. I don't want to hear. Like I listen to your yard and I'm like, that's a beautiful amount of frogs. But realistically, if you put that many amount of frogs in a kiddie pool, that's way too many frogs.
One time, Tyler put 12 cane toads in a bucket.
Way too many toads in a bucket.
They lived there. They lived in there for like 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, maybe.
Duality, don't say she doesn't own the frogs. The frogs own her.
There was just a bucket in my yard making cane toad noises for 2 weeks.
Damn, they're in there for 2 weeks? That's some lazy ass toads.
They were in there alive for 2 weeks.
I was gonna say, I think they were in there a lot longer than 2 weeks.
That's some lazy ass toads. They didn't hop out of that? Dang.
No, there was a lid on the bucket.
They could hop in synchronization and pop that thing off?
They were in trouble.
What could you possibly do as a toad? They get
They
in
were
trouble.
They were over pot. They got put in timeout permanently.
Tilapia. Only tilapia I like is battered and fried.
Fish aren't for eating.
You tilapia over there?
Not the ones in my pond.
Keep me away from your pond, girl. At least catch a release at your pond.
You can ask me more about the pond later.
Board is back. Hi. What was it? Something I typed earlier in the comments. I thought of yesterday. Hand yoga as communication to Kundi. I don't know.
You said hand yoga?
Yeah.
Like communicating with it.
No, like communicating on how do you say, like closed network?
Like gang banging? Like throwing up
No.
signs?
No.
No, like
Dear,
how
no.
in the old Renaissance paintings, Christ is depicted with his thumb and ring finger sort of connected. But I think each position, each finger touching the thumb represents something. I don't know them, but they feel meditative.
Each finger touching the thumb, like the tip of the thumb?
Folded over, the thumb folded over the nail of the other four fingers. I don't know what it means. Something about spirit and body is the ring finger, the common one.
You know, if you do that flick, you know, each finger has its own strength with it. You can flick with that.
What are we talking about? What is
Connection to spirit? It's way to invite spirit, invite Kundalini.
Yeah, spirits. What's
I think we're
spirit?
talking about finger sandwiches.
Spirit is an earth, wind, and fire baseline. That's spirit.
Spirit is sandwiched between veil and perception, you know.
What is veil?
Veil is gonna be the condiment?
No, veil. Maybe veil is the flavor, the temporal. I don't know.
Beats per minute.
We got to I don't know, but if spirit is between, what was it, reality and veil?
Yeah.
What is veil is kind of important to what spirit is, isn't it?
Veil is things beyond reality. I mean, science is still like learning, and the brain is not perfect.
Veil is beyond reality. Does that mean it is not real?
You tell me, bro.
Where is beyond reality?
It's worth meditating on. Not on Craigslist. I mean, maybe. I try not to remember. Anyway.
Real marketplace too.
Oh, good God. I'm leaving again. I can't.
I'm sorry, Kat. The veil.
Miss you.
The veil is the bread in the sandwich of life. What's it called when you say things that are like, that sound, deep? Like deepism or something like that. I can't remember what the expression is.
Oh. Babel was an inside job.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Is this?
What?
I think this is.
Did he just drop himself?
When we
I just dipped.
He said Babel was an inside job and just dropped himself.
It's just some Bush 911 stuff.
I think this is what happens when I restart. This is this Hammy's
No.
revenge.
This is what's revenge?
Hammy's.
I'm gonna fucking get him back so much for this.
Thank you for not leaving, Cat. You know, we would have.
I'm thinking about something, Thrayle. Like, I had this idea as he was saying that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
No.
All right. So, if anyone in the comments has a belief in a sandwich or sandwiches or anything like that, and are open to questioning their sandwich, please request up.
If anybody can come up here and not say the fucking word sandwich or soup, and
You
instead
just did.
The
what?
Cat, I think it's pronounced super salad.
You know this is gonna be good.
Oh, God, I know. I can't decide if I'm excited or not.
What a greeting. Good morning, Joe.
He does that. This is going to be good.
I can't decide if I'm excited or not.
Thanks, Kat.
It could go either way. I hate them.
Thank you.
Where's ketchup?
It is good to see you, though, Joe. Good morning.
Yeah, I was just gonna come up and say pizza and then drop, and now I have to come up with something better. I guess you challenged me.
That would have been great. That would have been perfect.
You should have
As long
done
as you
that,
didn't
dude.
say super sandwich.
Oh, man, I should have.
Pizza
Yeah, like
sandwich.
Like she just did.
Pizza's not sandwich. Pizza's not.
Absolutely
It's
sandwich. This is
where's the
sandwich.
second layer?
See,
What's the
did
closing
this
layer?
start like when you were trying to convince Khan that pizza was sandwich?
I didn't try to convince him. I was letting him know.
Your unquestionable belief.
I was
I'm sure Khan
informing
took that really
He
well.
was informing the young man.
I grew up in
Khan
the,
was
in the
resistant to
nation
this,
of
yes?
open-faced sandwiches.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Wait, Joe, did you say
I don't
pizza's
think
not
it's
sandwich?
unquestionable, but it's absolutely
Yeah,
sandwich.
pizza's totally not sandwich.
If
There's
pizza's
no.
not sandwich, then explain the stromboli.
That is not pizza. That is sandwich.
Nah. We can talk about this outside.
Open face sandwich, I would give you.
I mean,
Open
that
face
is
what?
a sandwich. An open
you.
face
Thank you.
sandwich is a sandwich.
Boom! He said it.
Has Joe had a chance to take a side on ice cream yet?
I have a lot of opinions about ice cream. I'm an avid consumer.
We're talking about ice cream
Can you
now?
say ice cream one more time?
That's Will Dot's question.
All right, I'm taking my shirt off. We're talking about ice cream. Heck yeah.
Is that actually you in your profile, Noe?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh, dog, that's Wesley Snipes. That's Blade if he took steroids. I took a picture of Jay Cutler or Cutler, or whatever his name was, the bodybuilder. Jay Cutler, and put in the AI and said, make this look like Wesley Snipes.
Good job.
Here, I got a serious question, Thrayle.
Is it really?
I mean, it's a good question for you, at least from my point of view.
Let's hear it.
What are your feelings on sherbet?
Why should I have feelings on sherbet?
Well, just because you brought up the vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry ice cream, I just want to know, like, where do you stand on with sherbet?
Yeah, it was Wildot's question.
I don't know where you stand on it.
It serves its purpose.
You like it?
How many boys here right now?
I agree. It's actually... That didn't help the problem. That exacerbated it, if anything. I think you hit the wrong box there, Cat. It was almost my question. Now Cat didn't hit the wrong box.
None of you said you were atheists, huh? I have questions for you.
Well, the question was, do you identify as an atheist?
None of you identify as atheists?
What's up, dog?
Fair enough. I get that.
KD said he did. So I guess I would be the only obvious one.
Philly was here too. Philly didn't say that she did.
I have not labeled myself as an atheist, no.
Can knight you.
You can knight.
I have said in the past, and will likely again, that I mean, people can call me an atheist. I am lacking a belief in God. But I don't self-identify and say I am an atheist.
And Durgan, you're still theist.
Yeah.
KD is actually a card-carrying Satanist, Church of Satan member. Although he says that he's an atheist.
Just to be very accurate, it is the Satanic Temple.
Sorry, the Satanic Temple.
KD, do you fit the caricature of someone who says there is no God? Are you in the affirmative?
Probably as close as yeah. I'm as much a non-believer in God as I am like a non-believer in an invisible unicorn. I think it's like that's the extent to which I believe in God.
Oh, what about the visibly unicorn?
I could believe in a visible unicorn if I could see it and touch it, and if
Normal.
Normals are cool.
All right, I think I could accommodate with that. Here, let me see if it works.
Do you reject the possibility of a God? Katie?
Do I reject the possibility of a God? In the sense of how I understand the world around me, yes. Could I have some sort of experience that would change that? Yes. If there is a a God, an interventionist God, he would know how to convince me of that. I don't believe there is one, so I don't really concern myself too much with it.
What would you say is the reason? What gives you the certainty of the impossibility?
The same as the uncertainty, like the certainty of there not being an Odin, the certainty of there not being a Russell's teapot, the certainty of there not being an invisible pink unicorn. It's the same certainty. And it's the same usefulness of a mental exercise to me.
Do you think
a God, he doesn't serve any purpose to my existence? Like there's no benefit of me believing or not believing.
Ooh, I have questions, but I'll wait.
I might only have one more.
Sure.
Do you think that people who believe in a God have the same kind of good reasons to believe in it as someone who believes in a invisible pink unicorn? Or
No,
lack
I
of
think
good reason?
well, I mean that's a different reason than my belief, but my understanding would be that it serves a purpose for them, right? I don't believe there's anything that could change me to become a believer, but I can only base that on my experience, and I sometimes envy believers.
Wait, can you say that second part again?
The
first part before that. No, the one before that. Sorry.
That I think it might serve them a purpose.
No, you said that someone can't just believe, or someone can't change a belief, or what was it? I didn't really understand.
Well, what I was getting at is like I cannot see a cause to believe. I don't think there's nothing in the material world that I believe could ever change my mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Could I be wrong? Yes, but that is my conviction.
Right. So I think because of my understanding of causality and that people have beliefs, it just stands to reason that there are reasons for people to believe, and that's why they believe. You can't believe without reason. The reasons might be subjective.
And it has to do with how we evolve into a social species.
I wouldn't disagree there, but I would.
All right, and that's cool.
Yeah.
I disagree, but I mean, maybe I don't disagree. I haven't heard your justification.
Okay. God, I was gonna go somewhere else really good with the question I had, and then my ADHD brain just saw everything else, and then I was hyper focused, and then the squirrel on the side showed up, and I was like, squirrel. Jeez.
Okay, I almost fed my dog for a second time when I was supposed to change the trash just now.
I didn't deafen anyone when my alarm went off.
So if someone believed in a useless God that has no purpose to them, but it just serves as a good explanation for the existence of the material world, you don't think that they have a better way to get there than someone who believes in a sky fairy?
Where are they getting? Where are they going? Who's there?
Okay, so I suppose, where are they going? I mean, I suppose if you said that the sky fairy or the unicorn created the material world, right? Then you'd be on an equal playing field. But if I believed in leprechauns at the end of maybe that would be a good reason too. If I believed in something that you would say is completely imaginary, but I don't have any need for it, then wouldn't I be less compelled to believe that than someone who feels a need to explain the material world's existence?
Oh, sorry. Could you explain that again?
So on my left hand, I've got an invisible pink unicorn that farts butterflies, and that's all it does. It didn't create anything. It's just fun, right? And on my right hand, I've got a material world that I can't explain the beginning or the existence of, and I need God to do that.
I think that's disingenuous, but like not in a malicious way. Like I don't think that's possible. Like I don't think people hold beliefs without some kind of rationality behind it. It doesn't have to be good rationality, but there's always reasons behind like a belief or an action that we take.
Okay, but there is some. Let's say that, but the butterfly farting makes me feel really good, and I dance to it every Monday morning, and it starts my week off nice.
Right, but what I'm saying is like that's not an actual belief that you hold, and I don't think anyone is actually doing that. Like this is the idea of like if I were to tell you that, can you take for a minute and believe that for the next 5 minutes I'm your biological mother? You can lie to me and tell me yes, but the reality is we all know that you can't actually believe that, and to be sincere about it.
I don't know if animism is the right word, but the belief that enough people believing in a thing makes it real. That sounds
I don't know. I don't know if I hold to that.
Just for my sake, can I just introduce and just say it because it's so few words. Like one of the things I find very useful in life is Occam's razor. The principle that when faced with two competing hypotheses that make the same predictions or like trying to make claims about the same thing, one should prefer the explanation with the fewest assumptions. Right? So that's why I prefer to not go into ones that require all of these supernatural assumptions that we have no way of proving, or like it's more and consistently is a way of viewing the world that ends up being falsified at a much pretty rapid pace. Sorry.
KD, do you think that Occam's razor is unfalsifiable?
I don't make any assumptions about something being unfalsifiable.
Right.
I don't make the assumption that I could be wrong. I'm just saying I'm sure.
I mean, like, look, I use a hammer as a hammer almost all the time. But have I used a hammer as something that it's not as before? Yeah, I have. Or like, a stone that's not being used as a stone, it's being used as a hammer. I think
I'm missing something because I'm not following what you're trying to say.
God, I'm sorry. So I don't necessarily have an issue with like Occam's razor. I think William of Ockham did a great job at creating this philosophical idea of like a tool that we can use. But I think that
there was a creator. Aren't we just shifting the unknown one step further? What created the creator? Like, or are we creating? Are we imagining a creator that is without limit? Right?
I think it could be both. But I think that
why couldn't nature just be without limit? Like, why does it need that?
Well, nature does the exact same thing, though.
Nature does what?
Well, when people are talking about nature from this perspective, I think they're using nature as.
Do you mean nature? Do you mean life? What are we talking about here?
I'm talking about just nature, like the natural process of like how and everything is like it's. I think that when people talk about nature in this way, that like I'm doing the air quotes right now, they're just saying nature does what nature does, and I don't have a problem with that. But the thing is, that's not really saying anything other than like, you know, God is God, and I think it falls into the same problem as like the theist that runs into this.
My problem here is you're not arguing against a specific claim about nature. So I don't know what you are making a claim about.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think that's completely fair too, because whenever I'm talking about God, I'm coming at this from, I don't know God. I don't know, like, I know probably near to nothing about what God is or would be. So for me to be able to make like any kind of claims there, I'm coming at this with the, like some kind of a presupposition or a,
right, and that's where I hit a wall. Like I can't deal with that one because it doesn't serve me in any way.
Okay, no, look, that's totally fair, and I think that it not serving you, there's reasons behind that, and I think it's serving me, there's reasons behind that, and like maybe there's a philosophical conversation that could take place there, maybe just not right now.
Yeah.
Maybe I should try to write out like a formal argument for this, and I'm not saying for this live, but just in general.
Sounds terrific. Yeah, I've I have flirted with like anti-theism in the past. I'm not an anti-theist. The only time I have like serious problems is when it does great harm to its society or individuals.
Completely agree with you there. Yeah, and I feel like
that's not broadly religion or like deism or theism, but specifically organized religions and people who are in positions of power generally.
Yeah, I would agree.
The end is nigh. That is what compels me to anti-theism, though.
What?
The harm that theism does.
Okay,
I think that's what anti-theism is.
Do you? You think anti-theism is harmful towards society?
No. I think anti-theism is recognizing the harm that theism does and wishing to push back against it.
Yeah, I would definitely not take it there. I would probably say that anti-theism is the idea to remove like beliefs that are going to be based off of theology, regardless of whether they're going to be helpful or harmful. And I mean, if you disagree with me,
alarm went off 10 minutes ago, so I gotta bail. Thanks. Yeah. This was really fun.
KD, it's always a pleasure, man. Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks, guys. Everyone.
Yeah. Later, Katie. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
So, Joe, the issue that I have with something like that is, I think, and if I'm wrong on this, I'm wrong, and you could correct me. Is going to be that anti-theism is going to be pushed back on any kind of theology, regardless of whether it's good or bad. And if someone has like a theological belief or a stance that they hold to that is good for themselves, for their family, for their society, for the community that they are in, and it serves well, I don't think we should really necessarily be pushing towards the eradication of that.
Yeah, when I've called myself an anti-theist, I would say I don't recognize the good. I recognize that there's some good, but it could be replaced with an act like with what I would like push as a replacement that's equally that's of equal efficacy that only aligns with what we're certain is true, like materialism.
Do you think that creates like a whataboutism?
How so?
Well, I think I guess the problem.
Help me see the one that you see.
Right. So the idea of that doesn't necessarily work in my mind as far as a reality, because you would have to deconstruct people out of some kind of a belief that they have, and that in itself is going to be harmful.
I mean, it would be harmful in the same way of, you know, I'm not going to say it, right? Like the same way well, I could probably say prick over the other word. The same way, you know what I mean? The same would be harmful in the short term. I mean, when I think of anti-theism, I think of active deconstruction. I don't think of like thought and mind control. I just think of, you know, purposefully making yourself available and going out and deconstructing beliefs.
Okay, so let me
go ahead.
Let me just give you an example, and you tell me how this pans out. And like, you know, I really don't like this example because it is kind of personal to me right now at this moment. But like, I genuinely want to get your take, and you know, fuck it, it is what it is. My mother-in-law is a devout Christian. My father-in-law he's a retired pastor. He's been a pastor for most of his life. My mother-in-law is probably going to pass away, like, if not this month, maybe next month from cancer. Do you think it's going to be in their best interest, or is it going to be helpful towards them to be working on the deconstruction of their beliefs?
No, I mean, that would be like knee surgery to her. You know, like in the time she has left, it's going to cause her more pain than is necessary. She should probably just not walk. You know.
Right. So you do see where I'm coming from with this, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's going to be a balance, okay. and I don't think that pushing, like, I think deconstruction has to be voluntary, right? You can't deconstruct someone. I don't believe in like anti-Bible camps or something like that, right? That would be crazy.
Yeah, no, okay.
Right. So like, I don't believe in that, or whatever the opposite of The Handmaid's Tale or something would be, right? So like, I don't believe in that, but you know, if I really believe that it's vapid to believe in God, right? I believe there is no God, and I do recognize the benefits that people find in it, but I think that they can be replaced with yoga and meditation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I think the world would be a better place if we comported, if what was true is true, if we stick to what's true, and then use things that we know work, like yoga and meditation. Because I think that then we can drop all the violence and the disagreements and the dogma, right? If we could go full Star Trek, anti-theism is, the hard path to get there.
Yeah, I would just simply disagree with you. Like, I mean, you could replace this idea with, veganism, because, like, I mean, you eat meat, right?
I do, but not ethically. Like, I think, ethically, whatever. I think vegans are right. Totally.
Well, yeah, I mean, they can be, but I think there's also like, I think it's moderation, and I think it's perspective, and ultimately, like, I think it has to do with you looking outside of your own self. I think it is genuinely going to be looking at the individual and what the individual brings to the table and what that looks like for, like, as the communities get bigger. And I don't think that the anti-theist is going to be the position that is going to be beneficial towards society. I'm not saying that, like, we should be holding to theology in the way that, like, I see it for the most part, but like I'm not a person who's over here saying that, I believe in the Bible, and because it talks about slavery in this way, then you know what, like I should be able to go out there and buy some people and have them work on whatever the heck I'm doing.
But
so
real
I
quick,
think that if there's
Thrayle, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you want to in the live?
Yeah, if you don't want to do this.
Oh, I'm absolutely ready to end the live, and I feel
Oh,
like
dude.
Yeah, let's table
with
it. Let's
each
table it.
point,
Yeah.
I do feel like with each point each of you brings up, there's going to be a counterpoint. I don't feel like there's a shift in position or a questioning of the positions.
Well, I
I
think
would have taken
eventually
it to the
Joe's.
VC, but I know we don't.
I think eventually
I'll
Joe's
talk
going
to
to become
Duragon somewhere else.
Yeah, I think Joe's eventually going to become a agnostic Christian mythicist, hard determinist, unorthodox like me, and that's going to be okay. But we'll do that some other time.
I think that's very hopeful.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to get Duragon to be a materialist anti-theist, so.
Yeah.
Hard determinist, so.
Yeah. Hard determinist.
Got me halfway there already.
Hard determinist, moral realist. Thrayle, drop me, dude.
That's what I was just about to ask, if the moral realism was in the package.
Yeah.
All right, we'll catch up later. Of course, in the Discord, this conversation can also continue. And I really thank you all for being here, whether you came in and tapped the screen and shared the live and engaged in questioning yours and others' beliefs, or you just came in and fell asleep. I appreciate you too. And thank you all for really just coming in and being the best audience on TikTok. I really appreciate you, and I mean, obviously, without you, I'd just be sitting here questioning nobody. So thank you, and of course, big W's to the mods. I couldn't do this without you. I know I couldn't. I tried. It was terrible. So thank you all so much for making this such a comfortable place for the best audience on TikTok. Really, truly, we appreciate every one of you. And if you want to join this community, if you want to see what we get up to behind the scenes, between the lives, you can, of course, always join the Discord. The link tree is in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. You just want to make sure that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App in that link tree, and you want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. I really do thank every one of you who helped that way. It does make all the difference. Thank you so much. And, there's also that new link in the link tree. The first link was the Discord, and, further down you find that Venmo and Cash App, but I think it's that second link you'd be interested in. Of course, you could always just skip the link tree and go straight to Batcolyte.com and find out what I'm talking about. I think, unless I'm missing something, there's really only one thing left. cartographer of glass, drafting maps that will never last. Each line precise, each border clean, each known exactly what it seems. You chart the land with careful hand, name every curve, define, expand. No empty space, no unknown seam, just measured truth and ordered dream. And when a question wanders through, you place it where it's least askew. Reduce its edge, contain its scope, counter its threat with a ready trope. The map is neat. The map is clear. The map removes what you might fear. But glass remembers what you miss. A subtle strain, a tightening hiss, a pressure building thin but vast from all the things not meant to last. Because the world is not your chart. It does not break in equal parts. It does not care what lines you drew to make it fit your point of view. And every truth you thought you traced was shaped as much by what you erased. Then comes the shift. No grand display, no thunder to announce the sway. Just one fine crack, almost too small to call anything at all. You see it first, then look away, reinforce, revise, delay. Tell yourself it's just a flaw, not in the map, but in what you saw. But cracks don't ask if you agree. They spread quietly. And every line you trusted most begins to split, begins to ghost, until the borders blur and bend, and nothing holds from end to end. Now, here you stand, no space to hide, the shattered map still at your side, each fragment showing something true, but never everything you once knew. And you can piece it back again, ignore the flaw, redraw in pen, pretend the fracture wasn't real, a trick of the light, a thing you could seal. Or you can stop and finally see the cost of forced geometry. That truth was never what you framed, and naming is never tame. The world is wider than your lines, more fractured than your clean designs. Could what you've held as fixed and whole be just your fear, mistaken for control? until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together. I love you all. Take care.